Welcome to the Out There channel, live stream 86. Looks like John's having some technical problems, and I'll just cue some opening music and opening intro. So just hang on. So we've had a few changes, and it stuffed up Robert. Oh, not Robert, John, I mean. So Renee, how's it going? So John, I don't know what you're doing, man, but it should be simple as. You got too many devices connected to Discord. It looks like your laptop was auto picking up the connection. Well, don't use the iPad. This is always the problem with Apple products. You always have problems with them, I find. So if you go back to your old setup before you got the iPad, I think you'll find that it will connect just fine. That's why you were meant to have joined us the other night, so we could troubleshoot it before this live stream. So all you need to do is make sure you got one device running with Discord. Find the OT group, go into it, and just click the camera icon at the top, and it'll automatically connect straight to me. Simple as that. So I got this new browser too, which I'm going to try, called Brave. Hopefully it reduces the CPU a wee bit more and makes everything run a bit better. So here we go. Who we got out there? Got one person watching. I think John's got frustrated. I think Robert will join us as soon as he wakes up. That's what he said anyway. And Gerard as well when he's not so busy. So yeah, we've got plenty to cover tonight. So I've not really had much time to sort it all out properly, and because of all the new prepping for Discord. Hangouts is apparently going to change this year, and they're going to start charging for it. The reason we want to go to Discord is because it gives a load of extra functions. We can eject people and then they're rude, and we can mute them, which we can't do with Hangouts in the current situation as well. It's quite a powerful tool. So yeah. What can we do? I don't know. So Matsu, pop that over off the screen, I guess, until someone connects. And I'll make that bigger for the time being. And also, we'll start, I think. So, where do I begin? Quite a lot of topics here. All right, so I'll just go to that one first. What's the guy's name? Yeah. See how well it searches anyway. UFO only, that's so yeah, this guy apparently is meant to be an expert video analysis guy, but he's just hopeless. And so he's put out this video here, so I'll get this one out the way with first. I guess it's playing sound. We don't need sound. Oh, is it actually going to the right place? Probably not. I'll just check that too. Yeah, what's going on here? It's gone to the wrong place again. I don't know why it does that. Else you won't be able to hear it. Now we've got a problem. It was working just before I started. I'll just reset that. Yeah, so this video here with the drone, he's calling it a drone. But we need to get the sound working. Oh, that's not it. I'm too busy trying to get John on without checking things again. Hang on. It's not a good night unless we have technical problems. So let's see if it loads now. Just make sure. Okay, should be working. All right. Okay, you start to hear it now. Not with malice, it's just creepy, stupid music he's added on. So here, have a look at this one. So this guy doesn't know what it is. So we'll just go back and read his captions. But it's probably going to do the rounds, this one, so we'll just get it out the way with. So what do you think it is, guys? It's got shadows, it's got funny claw things hanging down. Is it a UFO? Is it a new drone? Is it something to do with Darpa? So there were some clues there when you saw the shadow. So he said it could be CGI, but that's not good enough. Yeah, either got to tell us or not. Yes, CGI is made by computer software. So yeah, so we got the answer anyway. It's definitely CGI. Something doesn't. Something's off about it. You can see. For starters, it looks fairly heavy, and as you know, having a drone with one fan doesn't work. It doesn't have. You can't have it sort of hovering there. And why would you have legs spinning? It's not. Doesn't make any sense whatsoever. So obviously, it's a special video effect happening here, simulating a creature. The shadows look almost right. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. See this? The legs don't match with the shadows. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It's gone off the edge now. Stupid thing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So we're meant to be looking at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It's right there now. Anyway, it's a silly video, and searching online, we come across the original source. UFO 3D tracking test. What does that tell you straight away? And down here gives more information. Here's a 3D tracking test I did using synth-wise, done with relatively simple to track footage. If UFO was added, spelt wrong, using similar 4D compositing done in After Effects or Adobe After Effects. So here again, so it talks about visual effects, animation, CGI. Looks like something that would be in one of those movies from Hollywood. And you can see it's the same footage. And it's also probably clearer footage actually. Yeah, I'd like to see you build a drone that does that. Zip along that fast, and I think it had like a fan in the middle. It looks like it's got a fan in the middle there. Looks like some sort of opening. So if it was a jet engine or something, it would have to be pretty loud too. So yeah, I'll post it down the side there so you can have a watch of it, because it's actually quite interesting animation actually. So it looks like, again, I'm by myself tonight. No one's watching by the looks of it. So moving on. It's better if you got people on the side chat, because it's sort of, you can get feedback and ask their opinion. But yep, it is what it is, I guess. I'll keep putting myself out. Whether people want to put themselves out and actually join me is up to them. What's the next one? All right, so I've come across this one here, and let's get this one out of the way. What's next? Talking about, you know how Secure Team had put out, what's this? Something about birds migration. Well, this is actual video radar images that they get on the weather satellites that actually shows migrations of things. Bird migration on radar. So I thought it was actually quite interesting to have a look at it. I'll just slow it down a bit and zoom in. I don't want to go full screen. Why do I keep? It's because I've got these extra buttons now. Oh no, it can only do full screen on this one. I'll zoom in with the normal button then. Yeah. So you can see the green bits here are obviously migrating birds, probably geese. Normally get big lines of them or V shapes. So the blue and the green. That's a lot of birds. Getting denser here. More flying. So we're seeing that sort of thing before on Secure Team, saying it can't be birds. So you just got to be careful of that and do your own research. So that's from experts. How birds migration shows up on beautiful on Doppler radar. But not only that, we get butterflies. They're not so the more transparency light colors, but that's all monarch butterfly, I think they said. And let's see, which is quite interesting. Keen observers of our radar data probably noticed some fairly high returns moving south over southern Illinois. High differential reflectivity values as well as a low correlation coefficient values. Sounds like mathematics. Indicate these are most likely biological targets. Highly differential reflectivity indicates these are oblique targets, and low correlation coefficient means that targets are changing shape, which think these targets are monarch butterflies. So there you go. I don't know if it's a video. But some interesting images of it. So they're migrating south. So you wouldn't think you wouldn't have thought of butterflies being actually picked up on radar, but I guess if you're talking about a mass of them, obviously some signal is going to reflect back. So if you've got butterfly over top of butterfly over top of butterfly, they're all flying together, then obviously the signal can bounce back, even though it's sort of weak. That's what it's saying. It's sort of light brown, light grey, light grey to blue to green at most. Well, the bird one you could see was more solid, from blues to greens to yellows to reds, as you can see here. And obviously they're flying around waterways. So the experts can actually read data pretty well on radar. I suppose they get used to seeing it over and over again. So I thought I'd share that. I'll post it down the side there as well. Hopefully my microphone's working. So if anyone joins Discord, I will be able to hear you, and I'll bring up the picture on the side. That's to Robert or Gerard that might be watching. I don't know if John's watching. He's got all uppity and run off to bed, I think. But yeah, that's what using iPad does for you. So what was the above one? CGI drone UFO. Hopefully the graphics is coming out a bit better at the moment. The keyboard is still stuffed though. So radar and birds. So what we want is radar data mixed in with that plane finder with the cool ID. Then we'll have a powerful UFO analysis tool. So we've had to overlay with the pilot see UFO, and it will show up different color. But of course, that's probably all censored and government controlled. We won't get nice information like that. Birds and radar are actually birds and butterflies. Here we go. So we can close that one down now. I think I've got another one here too. Which one is it? Just getting used to this new browser because of smaller tabs. All right. Somewhat get that out the way too with. So I come across some interesting reading. That disproves gravitational lensing, SpaceTime. Now, this is what I've been saying for a long time. There's other theories out there that fit it better, but they'll keep pushing the Big Bang stuff and Einstein being correct till the day they die. I like these scientists out there. Instead of opening their minds up to other possibilities, that they may have a conclusion to an equation which actually fits another equation and conclusion. So here is a good video from Electric Universe where they've actually proven by mass that the bending of the light from a distant star or sun doesn't fit gravitational equations, but instead it fits refraction equations. So I'll just play this clip from them, and I'll play it a wee bit faster. So I'll paste the link down side too, so you can have a watch of it. So space-time and lensing is not proven by Einstein at all. So this means Einstein's actually wrong. So I'll just play this now. So this new browser keeps mucking up. It's gone back there again. Stop that. Where's it gone? Yeah, we got problems.
Passing.
Well, why is it doing that? Yeah. Technical problem. You're stupid. Let's try it on B then. Nope. Try it on. Well, this browser might be a problem. Although it's faster.
It's still widely believed by mainstream institutional science. And we are consistently told by
right.
mainstream
Might be
science that
working
general
now.
relativity
Yeah.
is proven by direct observation.
Yeah. I'll
One
just
of
keep
those
that
observations
open. Right, I'll just
first
play it
used
back
to
here.
confirm on-
Right, till we get there.
A principle of modern cosmology is that so-called space-time is a physically real entity. In Albert Einstein's theory of general relativity, light will follow the so-called curvature of space-time. For decades, astronomers have claimed to observe the bending of light passing around massive objects, an effect called gravitational lensing. However, as is so often the case in the space sciences, the line between fact and interpretation is routinely blurred. Today, Thunderbolt's contributor Andy Hall discusses the tenability of gravitational lensing and explores the growing body of research into its theoretical alternative.
Einstein's theory of general relativity is the backbone of mainstream cosmology. Anyone exploring electric universe theory must confront the issue of the general relativity model, because in spite of the fact it doesn't really describe much that we see in space, it is still widely believed by mainstream institutional science. And we are consistently told by mainstream science that general relativity is proven by direct observations. One of those observations, and the first used to confirm Einstein's theory, is an effect he predicted himself called gravitational lensing. Einstein predicted that light should bend slightly as it passes through the warped space-time of a massive body like a star. And this bending or lensing effect should be observed if one could see distant starlight passing through the gravitational influence of a closer massive body like the sun. Well, in 1919, Sir Arthur Eddington famously made this observation during a total eclipse of the sun on the African island of Prince. He observed light from distant stars bending through the gravitational influence of the sun, and on that basis declared Einstein's theory to be verified. Of course, the lensing effect has been observed many times since, as the powerful telescopes of our modern observatory see the light of distant galaxies bend around the galaxies in the foreground. It's quite common, and it's taken for granted the effect is caused by Einstein's theory of gravitation. But for a direct observation to be held as proof requires it to be a phenomenon that can be only explained by that theory, a unique solution, in other words. As I followed my own path of discovery in the electric universe, it was essential to find a classical physics explanation for lensing. Otherwise, how could I accept that general relativity can be disputed? So I discovered the work of Dr. R.C. Gupta at the Institute of Engineering and Technology in Lucknow, India, and wrote about it in the Thunderblog article, Lensing by Refraction, Not Gravity, to bring it to the attention of our readers. Dr. Gupta's paper, entitled Bending of Light Near a Star and Gravitational Red-Blue Shift, Alternative Explanation Based on Refraction of Light, asserts that the theory behind gravitational lensing is wrong, and that the lensing effect is actually caused by refraction through the atmosphere of stars and galaxies. Dr. Gupta shows that if you make certain assumptions about the density of a stellar atmosphere, mathematically, the equation Einstein derived from general relativity to calculate gravitational lensing can also be derived from the classical equations for refraction. Dr. Gupta shows mathematically they are equivalent. The physics behind them is quite different. Refraction is classical optical physics. Refraction occurs when light waves pass through matter with different densities, and it causes the light path to bend. We see this effect every day. When we see a pole in a pool of water, the pole appears bent because the light is refracted as it passes from the water to the air. We use refraction to bend and refocus light in magnifying glasses, eyeglasses, and telescope lenses by passing light through the curved surfaces of a crystal. Anyone who takes a first-year physics course learns that refraction is an inevitable consequence when light passes from a medium of one density to a medium of another density. It is the kind of simple answer based on classical physics that electric universe theory rigorously requires. The concept of refractive lensing has also been discussed in Thunderbolt's forums before. Dr. Edward Dowdy Jr., a physicist and laser optics engineer formerly with the NASA Goddard Space Center, Presented at the EU 2012 conference, observations he made of solar lensing at varying altitudes above the photosphere of the sun. And he showed that the lensing effect varies as predicted by refraction through an atmospheric gradient, not as predicted by gravitation. In another observation, he points to the lack of gravitational lensing observed in the stars that rapidly orbit the Milky Way's galactic center. Big Bang theory predicts there is a massive black hole at the center of the Milky Way, at the location known as Sagittarius A. Astronomers have observed stars in fast elliptical orbits around the galactic center for over a year, some having completed entire orbits. Dr. Dowdy points out that light from these stars should lens if there is a black hole there, as predicted by general relativity. The light should distort as the stars orbit close to the immense gravitational field of the orbited black hole. But they don't exhibit any optical distortion at all. This is completely at odds with the predictions of general relativity. Mainstream cosmologists blithely ignore this inconvenient truth. Dr. Gupta points to another optical effect as proof that lensing is caused by refraction and not gravity. Diffraction is a natural consequence of refractive lensing. As light refracts, its wavelengths or color spreads like this happens when light passes through a prism. General relativity predicts no prismatic diffraction with gravitational lensing, since gravity warps spacetime is supposed to bend all wavelengths equally. Well, there is a special case of lensing called the Einstein ring. It occurs when the focal point of distant light is directed at the observer in such a way that it creates a complete ring of light around the intervening galaxy. You can see the same effect when a full moon shines through high thin clouds and creates a ring around the moon. This is refraction of the moonlight through the ice crystals in the clouds. This type of ring can be seen around galaxies too, when another bright galaxy shines from directly behind the other. Rings are always blue, and mainstream cosmology has never been able to explain why they are blue if they are caused by gravitational lensing. The blue color is an indication of diffraction due to chromatic aberration, the prism effect, which is a predicted consequence of refractive lensing. Dr. Gupta's paper also goes on to postulate that gravitational attraction is only between material bodies, bodies with mass, and that light waves have no rest mass, so cannot be affected by gravity. This agrees with EU theory and refutes another pillar of Big Bang cosmology, the phenomena of redshift. Astronomers see the light of distant galaxies as redshifted, its wavelength stretched, in other words, and attribute the effect of gravity in the expansion of the universe. Big Bang theory actually predicts three types of redshift. First, there is gravitational redshift caused by the pull of gravity on the light, which increases its wavelength as it leaves the gravitational influence of the galaxy it comes from. Then there is Doppler redshift caused by the galaxy moving away from us in an expanding universe, causing the wavelength of the light to stretch the same way the sound of a train whistle drops in tone as it races away, causing its wavelength to stretch. Finally, they also predict the light wave is stretched by the stretching of space itself because the universe is expanding. This is called cosmological redshift. The refraction theory simply says none of these convoluted explanations are true. The physics of refraction says that the wavelength of light is stretched, redshifted, because the speed of light is slow as it passes through an intermediate. This is because the speed of light is not a constant, it's a speed limit. Light can be slowed down, like being slowed in the laboratory by passing it through various mediums. So according to refraction theory, the speed of light is slowed by a medium as it passes into, and hence the light waves pile up like a traffic jam, decreasing the wavelength and causing a blue shift. And when light leaves a denser medium, like a galaxy, into the near zero density of intergalactic space, it speeds up, stretching the wavelength into the red. And this explains redshift, again, with known classical physics. Refraction theory really presents two alternative explanations for phenomena commonly used as proof of general relativity, lensing and redshift. As Wal Thornhill explains, it records a real cosmology in the 21st century. The electric universe theorizes neutrinos form the ether and provide the mechanical substrate of the universe. Neutrinos have mass, albeit very small, and envelop stars and galaxies in a density gradient. In addition, we know stars and galaxies are plasma entities themselves and are enveloped in plasma atmospheres. At the time Einstein developed the theory of general relativity, the pervasiveness of plasma atmospheres around stars and galaxies was not known, nor had neutrinos been observed. It was thought there was no medium to cause refraction in the vacuum of space. Now we know about the plasma environments of stars and galaxies. We know neutrinos pervade space. It is inconceivable, in accordance with the classical physics of light and optics, that light passing through a medium does not experience refraction. Nevertheless, gravitational lensing is used by the mainstream to study the presence of dark matter and galactic clusters. Redshift is used to calculate the size of the universe and the rate of its expansion. These are all concepts based on flawed assumptions that waste everyone's time. Refraction is the actual cause of lensing, and it needs to be recognized that it refutes two of the major false assumptions behind Big Bang cosmology, redshift and gravitational lensing. It also points to the malleability of mathematics to describe anything. Just because an equation can be made to work isn't proof of anything unless the physics behind the equation is correct. I think the biggest irony of this story is the fact that Sir Eddington, claimed he observed proof of gravitational lensing using telescopes that work by refraction. Apparently, never stopped to think about it.
I thought that was excellent. But yeah, go and check out Electric Universe. They've got lots and lots and lots of stuff like this that sort of puts a different spin on what we're being fed in schools and physics books and science. So yeah, all this thing about space-time and time traveling, it's BS, pretty much. And yeah, I kind of like that thing here, Thunderbolt Project. I guess that's Electric Universe. But yeah, they've probably got a few videos here. Hopefully that's played the sound okay. I have to keep checking it, I think. So Rabbit's probably gone back, is it? Yep, as soon as you stop it goes back. I wonder if I can set the default. I'll set as default to that one. See if that changes it. Well, that solves it. Gets around that problem.
Welcome to Space News from the Electric Universe.
So yeah, go and check out their channel. Yeah, it's got a load of stuff. So what's their latest videos up on? Saturn Earth connection, the meteorite. Of course, not all their stuff will be correct, but a lot of it they can prove from mathematics and makes perfect sense. Remember, we looked at that one last time, the upside down thinking of consciousness, where quantum entanglement and how brains can connect faster than the speed of light and sort of maybe transfer information. So there's a bit of theory there, and there's also practical stuff. So yeah, thankfully we got people that are not just going along with the Big Bang, which means God created the universe, blah blah, and this, when in fact the universe could be infinite in size, which is hard to imagine, and light has a certain distance it can travel, and obviously it passes through space, which is not a perfect vacuum, and it's got particles that slow it down, and so it gets redshifted, is what they're saying there. And yeah, let's just close that one down. So here also we got universe is not expanding. That was only what 4 years ago when this article came out. Controversial study suggests. So again, this is before the Electric Universe put up that video. Eric Lerner from Lawrenceville. Plasma physics, the universe is not expanding at all. So obviously these are clever people. So we've got PhDs against PhDs. In the study, the scientists tested one of the striking predictions of the Big Bang, that ordinary geometry does not work at great distances in space around us, on Earth, solar system, and our Milky Way. As similar objects get farther away, they look fainter and smaller. The surface brightness, that is, brightness per unit area, remains constant. In contrast, the Big Bang theory tells us that in an expanding universe, objects actually should appear fainter but bigger. But in this theory, the surface brightness decreases with distance. In addition, the light is stretched as the universe expanded further, dimming the light. So in a expanding universe, the most distant galaxies should have hundreds of times dimmer surface brightness than smaller nearby galaxies, making them actually undetectable with present-day telescopes, but that is not what observations show, as demonstrated by the new study published in the International Journal of Modern Physics. Scientists carefully compared the size and brightness of about 1,000 nearby extremely distant galaxies. Thus, they choose the most luminous spiral galaxies for comparison, matching the average luminosity of their and far samples. Contrary to prediction of the Big Bang Theory, they found that the surface brightness of the near and far galaxies are identical. These results are consistent with what would be expected from ordinary geometry if the universe was not expanding, and in the contradiction with the drastic dimming of surface brightness as predicted by expanded universe. So yeah, so I'll post that link there too. So you got, as I keep saying, you got to question everything. Don't just believe what's on TV. Scientists, gravitational wave nonsense. You know, it just goes on and on and on. So also we got some other stuff here. Right. Scientists suggest space-time has no time dimension. Well, as I've always said, time is just a human construct. It only moves forward. The only time it can move back is in our memories, you know, as past events as kids and, you know, thinking backwards. But we can't actually go there. You can't go back and change what we've done or undo the mistakes we've done. So here, back in 2011 it was this article here. Concept of time as a way to measure the duration of events is not only deeply intuitive, but also plays an important role in our mathematical descriptions of physical systems. For instance, we define an object speed as its displacement per a given time. But some researchers theorize that this Newtonian idea of time is an absolute quantity that flows on its own, along with the idea that time is the fourth dimension of space-time, are incorrect. I always say the fourth dimension is the energy dimension that feeds all our atoms in the universe, which is what Tesla was saying about radiant energy from his what called the ether, which is really that like a fourth dimension, really, overlays on top to actually replace this concept of time with a view of corresponds more accurately to the physical world time as a measure of numerical order of change. So in two papers, physics essays. So again, it looks like it's an Italian person and someone from India, is it? Or maybe Klina, what's that name from? Slovenian, so often eastern area of the world. Don't you just like theoretical science? It's often wrong. They begin by explaining how we usually assume time is an absolute physical quantity, and time is often the x-axis. This view doesn't mean it doesn't exist, but the time has more to do with space than with the idea of absolute time. So while 4D spacetime is usually consist of three-dimensional space and one-dimensional time, the researchers' view suggests that more correct to imagine spacetime as four dimensions of space. In other words, they say the universe is timeless. Well, that kind of actually makes sense. A 4D model, 3D. So yeah, what's that say down there? Einstein said time has no independent existence apart from the order of events by which we measure it. Time is exactly the order of events. This is my conclusion. Now, also, Hawkins said there was no time before Big Bang. So that means there was no time for God to exist. So he was, although the Big Bang suggests that the universe was created by a God, Hawkins sort of butted the system, saying that there was no God even before the universe was created. So really, we'll never ever get our heads around what the universe is and what's life and everything is all about. So maybe we shouldn't just worry about it and just get on. So have a read of that if you want. SpaceTime. But if you do a search, you can find a lot of this kind of stuff here where people debate it. We're talking about clever people, not just some pseudo-science nut jobs. SpaceTime has no time. So who's out there watching? Anybody? I'm all by myself here. So where did that one go? Got the tabs out of order here, but I was hoping Robert would be around to talk about Renison Forest stuff, because I got a few links here to talk about. So something new come up about the Renison Forest on the socials, so I need to talk about that. So where's it begin? I won't talk about that just yet. What was that one? All right, that's secure team stuff again. So I might actually talk about him. So also before we move off from SpaceTime, Il from Newfound sent me this link. He said Jack Safartti, that's how do you say his name? I probably munted it. He's no fatty. He's talking about the Stardrive. So what powers the Tic-Tac UFO? Again, this guy's wrapped up in space-time. So, yeah. If you can imagine that what Tesla was talking about, his idea of gravity versus Einstein's. Remember, they both used to bounce ideas of each other and sort of work together. They actually were good friends. But they sort of departed their ways when Einstein decided to go quantum mechanics and sort of forget about Tesla's ideas, which was probably a bad move. Although between them, they're both wrong. They both got bits they got wrong, obviously. And fortunately, Tesla died before the atomic bomb went off, which sort of confirmed Einstein's energy equals mass. But even that equation is apparently wrong. So, yeah, we've sort of been over that before. So this one here, I'll just bring it up and play some of it. Hopefully it's still going to play because we're having that problem with the sound. So anyone out there watching, just say hi down the side. Have your opinion on things. It doesn't help to jump on midway and miss out most of the stuff. So I'll just see if this plays.
Behind such seemingly impossible maneuvers. In addition to this video evidence, we've learned that we are in possession of unknown advanced technology allegedly recovered from unidentified aerial phenomena. These materials are currently in possession of private research groups and undergoing detailed laboratory analysis. The logical next questions are, what might these materials be comprised of, how might they work, and what is their purpose? Physicist Jack Safartti has been giving this matter a great deal of thought and has been engaged in trying to explain the possible physics behind the UFO shown in the video, and we're going to be discussing that at length in this interview. Jack Safartti, PhD, has degrees in physics from Cornell and the University of California. He
Now, Jack also works for Darpa. So I might just throw that in there because I don't think he mentions.
directed the legendary Physics Consciousness Research Group, or PCRG, at Esalen back in 1976 on the physics of consciousness that would explain telepathy, psychokinesis, and precognition. The key idea was the role something known as the Einstein-Podolsky-Rosen effect might play in consciousness. This spooky quantum effect is now popularly known as quantum entanglement. Safartti and physicist Nick Herbert thought that this little-known quantum effect at the time could possibly be used to transmit information faster than light and even backwards in time, which would certainly explain things like telepathy and precognition. But try as they may, they could not come up with a viable scheme for a faster-than-light communication device. However, the PCRG's seeming failure in this...
See, that transmission back in time is wrong. It's like two people think of something and the other person picks it up instantly and instantly relays back that they received it. It's not really going back in time, it's receiving it at current time moving forward. So it's like a two-way, like a network connection where it's two-way, but it's using this energy field for quantum entanglement to transfer back and forth. So people just keep talking about stuff that's sort of backwards, saying it goes back in time, but it doesn't. Time just keeps going forward.
The 70s paved the way for one of the most important developments in physics in the last century. In his award-winning 2011 book, How the Hippies Saved Physics, MIT physics professor and historian David Kaiser wrote, quote, "Little could Herbert, Safartti, and the others know that their dogged pursuit of faster-than-light communication and the subtle reasons for its failure would help launch a billion-dollar industry at the heart of today's quantum encryption technology," end quote. Getting back to the subject of identified aerial phenomena, suffice it to say...
Now, Trump just passed a bill for quantum information and storage. So quantum computers is going to be big this year, probably next year as well, and forever getting better. Apparently they're doubling the speed every 6 months on these quantum computers. The one you probably heard about is the D-Wave. So yeah, they're talking about here quantum computing.
Say that it's not a popular topic in academic circles. The general consensus among academia is that these phenomena do not represent any kind of physically real advanced extraterrestrial technology, and that it can all be prosaically explained away simply as misinterpreted natural phenomena, hoaxes, psychological delusions, or possibly deeply classified experimental military technology. Jack Safartti disagrees with that consensus and has been working on the possible physics behind such an advanced technology for decades.
So hopefully the volume's coming through from this. I wish I had someone that could tell me that they're hearing it okay. I assume...
Tonight, we're going to dig down deeper into that area, and this is really important, particularly in light of the recent developments surrounding the disclosure of the Pentagon's secret Advanced Aerial Threat Identification Program. I'd like to welcome our guest, Dr. Jack Safartti.
Hi, Cam.
Your latest book was just published, Stargate, Essays by and about the disruptive ideas of physicist Jack Safartti on mind, matter, consciousness, time travel to the stars, and beyond. That's quite a title. I mean, it would be an understatement to say that you're tackling some of the most important, difficult, and controversial topics on the planet here.
Yes, what is consciousness as a physical phenomenon? And how does the tic-tac fly? And how are these two questions related to each other?
Okay, so let's cut straight to the chase. We have this amazing F-18 video, and it clearly shows physical technological objects exhibiting extraordinary behavior. I mean, wouldn't the kind of maneuvers that they're observing in this Tic-Tac video require enormous energy in the form of thrust if they were using conventional propulsion like jet engines? Obviously, they're not using jet engines, so that would have shown up in the video in the form of heat signatures and all that kind of stuff. Can you explain to us in relatively layman's terms how you think these objects might be working?
Well, I'll try, but you're right. There's no thrust involved, and enormous energy is obviously not needed. Astronauts on the International Space Station in free orbit are weightless. Technically, they are on free float, time-like geodesic orbits. From our point of view, it seems like they are accelerating, but in fact, they have what we call zero proper local acceleration. There are two kinds of acceleration in Einstein's physics, and people get very confused here. Even a lot of physicists and engineers are confused on this subtle point. Radar measures apparent acceleration, not the proper acceleration. Local proper acceleration is also called g-force, which we're all very familiar with in our common experience. The astronauts have zero g-force on them, but they do have visual acceleration relative to us stuck on Earth using light signals to see them.
That's interesting. Okay, that's really a good way of explaining that.
Yeah. Now, the Tic-Tac is able to control its own time-like geodesic. It's like surfing the waves in the fabric of space-time. Everyone inside the Tic-Tac is weightless, just like the astronauts on the International Space Station, even when the apparent visual acceleration is 5,500 Earth G, as reported by Navy scientist Bruce Maccabee.
So would that explain why these objects are able to move at enormous accelerations and then instantly stop and then start again without crushing any occupants or machinery that might be inside?
So he's talking about Einstein's equations, which we just talked about, that he is clearly wrong. But also we can explain that, as I've explained previously, in Tesla's ideas, where you can have a field and change the gravity within that object, and it won't affect the people inside, but it can be moved very fast as well. So there's a lot of ways to look at the same thing, but basically we're talking about the same thing here, but he's mixing up classic Einstein space-time with some other ideas that's out there, which is basically talking about the same thing. He's talking about you fall into a hole in the curved space when you create a field, so the object moves very fast. Where Tesla was talking about that you can block the energy going to the atoms on one side of the object, and it creates a energy difference on one side of the object, which then makes it move along. So basically we're talking about the same thing, but we're just comprehending it differently. So either way, we might get there. So we'll just carry on with this, because I'll let you have I won't play it all, but don't want to break their copyright. But I'll just paste it down the side as well, so you can have a re-watch of it, or full watch of it. So this is called the Stardrive. Now these guys are from Darpa, and they're working on this sort of stuff. I always say it's not black and white, but it's grey. So in the middle, in between different ideas, you're going to get the solution. But if you get stuck on one particular line of thought and it's wrong, you're never going to get anywhere. So we'll just carry on anyway.
Them.
Exactly, and this is what even the people at that guy, that rock musicians group, they don't quite understand this, I think.
Oh, you mean To the Stars Academy?
To the Stars Academy, and the people in the Pentagon, they don't understand Einstein's general relativity well enough to really get this key point. So it's very mysterious to them, and it's actually a very simple physics thing.
Well, actually, when you think about it, all these decades of observations of these kinds of incredible maneuvers, if they did have conventional propulsion, we'd hear them. I mean, the amount of thrust required to do things like that would be enormous.
Yeah,
and the power plant would have to be enormous, and the fuel would have to be enormous. So that would explain why. Well, it doesn't explain it yet, but how are these things working? I mean,
well, that's okay. That's the second part of the of what I've discovered here. So we can get into that now. Hal Puthoff has called this new technology metric engineering, because in Einstein's theory of gravity, called general relativity, space-time is also called the metric field. So Albert Einstein showed that space and time fused together into a field similar to the electromagnetic field. It's also called by John Wheeler the geometrodynamic field. He explained gravity in 1915 as the warping or curving of this unified space-time field by something called stress mass energy density tensor. We need the calculus of tensors to formulate Einstein's equations precisely. Now here's the point. Normally, it does require enormous mass energy to significantly warp or curve space-time. For example, the universal gravity acceleration, which is 10 meters per second of all objects, independent of their mass in a vacuum chamber at the surface of Earth, is caused by the total mass of the Earth, which is 6 times 10 to the 21st power in tons. That's a 1 with 21 zeros after it. That's a million billion tons of matter to create the gravity we feel at the surface of the Earth. We say under normal conditions that space-time is very stiff. It takes a lot of energy to warp or curve it significantly, but not so in the case of the Tic-Tac. This is the key. There's a trick here using what are called pumped layered metamaterials at around the nanometer, that is billionth of a meter scale. A loophole that allows us to soften the space-time fabric in a thin boundary layer around the fuselage of the Tic-Tac.
Okay, hold on just a second. Can you explain just briefly what a metamaterial is for the audience?
Well, yeah, a metamaterial is an artificial material that's constructed as a lattice of certain kinds of regularly shaped objects. It was, and it has very interesting properties. It was first done, I think, in the field of microwave engineering. But what Eric Davis and others at the To the Stars Academy are reporting in retrieved materials from these crashed Tic-Tac or flying saucer type objects with electron microscopes, they're able to see a kind of metamaterial lattice structure at the billionth of a meter level, and maybe even at the angstrom level, which is 1/10 of a nanometer or so. So the point is that these metamaterials have strange electromagnetic properties. They have what are called negative indices of refraction, and technically, what this means is that you can take an electromagnetic field, and when it goes into the metamaterial, it can develop a negative energy density, in effect, and that would cause anti-gravity. But the problem is that even if this negative energy density is formed inside the metamaterial, the effect was still too weak to be seen, for a metric for flight purposes. And
So it's a microscopic effect.
It's a microscopic effect. In fact, it's really undetectable. It's so tiny, it's undetectable. But there's another trick. And that's this idea that you have to reduce the speed of light inside the metamaterial to a very small number, and this can actually be accomplished. It's a well-known phenomenon in what they call Bose-Einstein condensates, or in general terms, superconductors or superfluids, where the effective index of refraction for certain frequencies and wavelengths becomes very large. So that means the speed of light gets very small, and from Einstein's equations, we know that if you can reduce the speed of light to a very small number inside the material, then the effective stiffness of the surrounding space-time gets less and less, which means we can actually warp space-time by a very large amount with a very small amount of energy. Maybe even a AAA battery can do it.
Really?
Yeah, see, that's the trick. And that's what we're actually seeing in these encounters of these unidentified flying objects with the USS Nimitz battle group back in 2004, and apparently there was another sighting event like that with the USS Roosevelt battle group in 2015, and I'm sure there are many others that they're not talking about. But those two.
So yeah, again, we've talked about metamaterial skins as well with Tesla, and by charging it, well, Towson Brown has also used charged plates. He found that it reduced the weight of the plates, in fact, reducing gravity. But let's see. Let's probably just draw a diagram to try and explain that. But what he's saying is roughly the same thing. He's saying they're charging the skin here, but it's bent in space. But really, is it? So yes, machines run a lot faster with not using the Chrome browser. And Discord, I don't know if anyone's out there. I did minimize it. Don't know if anyone's out there, but you can join in if you're on Discord. So if we draw a UFO, try and explain it from what I understand by reading everything. I've sort of covered this in the past. I think I'll just draw it as a planet, maybe. Where's the planet one? Yeah. Nope. There's the damn planet. Oh, there it is. So yeah. So if you got a UFO, yep, that looks good for a UFO. with this metamaterial skin. Now, what they're saying is you don't really need lots of energy. All you need to do is charge that skin. And he's saying it affects space-time. So if you imagine that, draw some lines, that space is actually physical, that it's actually going to bend it. So, yeah, around the object, in front or behind. And because that's now become unbalanced, it's going to fall towards the dip in the thing, so it's going to move. But also, I suppose you could bend it the other way as well. Goes up a bit here, so it's actually wants to go against gravity and move upwards. So I guess that's what he's trying to say in that video there. But also, if you can imagine it, Tesla said that all atoms are absorbing energy all the time and also emitting energy to stay stable. So what he said is if you could charge a skin, you could end up reducing the absorption of that energy that he called radiant, which is really like dark energy because you can't actually see it. So it's coming from a dimension. Aliens only abduct people with RH negative life. We've covered that before, One Life Man. It's not exactly true. We've been through that before. I don't know what live it was, but you're probably best to go and have a watch of it. So yeah, so basically, if you charge the skin, you're going to let's see, get rid of that, but get rid of that again. So if you charge the skin, energy that's being absorbed coming in all directions. You could then charge the skin in a certain way that it's going to stop the energy coming in from this direction here. And what happens is it creates a reduced in gravity this side of the object. And again, it's going to cause, if you charge it above, which stops the energy coming from above, so it has to come from underneath, it's going to reduce how much energy is coming on top. So it's essentially making it lighter. So it's going to want to go up and it's going to want to go forwards. So I reckon we're talking about the same thing. You know, we're talking about Newton and we're talking about Einstein and we're talking about Tesla's concepts, but really we're talking about the same thing. It's not really bending space, it's just creating a energy differential. And of course, energy, Mother Nature wants things to be balanced. So, yeah, so we'll just keep it at that, I guess. I've sort of covered it before with more diagrams and stuff. If you go back and watch my lives. So, yeah. So, yeah, I'm not a fan of Einstein at all. From what I see, Tesla did experiments and got results. He observes things that to him didn't make sense, so he had to figure it out. But Einstein sat down, thought about things, and tried to work it out in mathematics. To me, it's not the same. So what are you saying? Do you think? Don't know what that means. Faster than light. There's faster than light. Yes, Tesla always said that at the subatomic level, particles move faster than light. And we've only just recently proved that at CERN. CERN actually has said that. So if you search for it, CERN, again, I've talked about this before, so I'm just recapping. CERN faster than light, which only came out last year, not long ago. See if that comes up with a search. So Einstein's theory says nothing can go faster than light. which is clearly going to be wrong. Because faster than light neutrino anomaly. CERN scientists break light speed. So here you go. And that was back in 2011. So now you've got people that want to try and debunk it, of course. But they've repeated it. I think they've got repeatable evidence. So 25th of July. So it's, I noticed these ones are April the 1st. So I don't think it's anything to do with April the 1st. Because this one's before. I wonder what the oldest one is. June. So here again, they're trying to debunk it back in 2012. So you got these big bang scientists that are always trying to refute, and then you got the other scientists that are trying to, and you got a lot of people fighting over it, saying it can't be right, but it can be right. So I had a mate that did underground antennas, which is another part of Tesla's research, and they set up 2 antennas, one 200 kilometers away, and they're transmitting computer data via it. And they said that the data received at the other end at 17 times the speed of light. And that was back in 2000 when I knew this guy. So even before then. So yeah, they were mucking around with these antennas with simple computers transmitting just a sentence like hello and measuring the time that it took. And as they were saying on the phone, as they're pushing the button, it was already there before he said, "Oh, sent." So they tried to do a lot more research with it. So I don't know what they done with it, but they need a big. They had a couple of big farms anyway, and they spent a lot of money on cables and digging up, putting underground. So I haven't talked to him for a long time, 20 years. So I don't know even if he's alive. So yeah. So there's always going to be a debate about stuff, but you can certainly slow down light, which we talked about just before an hour ago. Talking about gravitational lensing being wrong. So I'm not sure how much more we can play of this without getting them upset.
Sightings and close encounters have been made public by the Pentagon.
Well, can you get into more detail on this process or effect that will allow us to manipulate gravity using extremely small amounts of energy?
Well, you have to know some algebra to do that.
Okay, all right. So
I think maybe you just have to take my word.
Here's a better question. Here's a better question. Is this effect observed in other places, either in biology, physics, chemistry?
Okay, you're getting to this. Now we're getting into the realm of consciousness, and what does consciousness have to do? You know, if you go back to the book by Philip Corso, The Day After Roswell, that was edited by Bill Burns, there's a lot of talk that the occupants inside the Roswell saucers were able to use their brain waves to control the flight of the saucer. And that seemingly really crazy idea actually makes now a great deal of sense. See, back then in the 1990s, we were still fumbling around. We didn't have the ideas I'm talking about now. These ideas have only come about in the last 2 or 3 years. And so it turns out that with the effect I'm talking about, it's quite possible that the EEG brain waves of these occupants, and the occupants are probably some kind of hybrid conscious computer, something like a quantum computer, maybe partly biological and partly silicon, and that the mind field, which is a physical field, the mind field may be directly controlling the flight of the machine, the way Bill Burns described in the book The Day After Roswell, based on Colonel Philip Corso's notes. So that makes, all I can say is that makes perfect sense in terms of the new equations that we have describing these effects.
Okay, so have you got any ideas, any real concrete ideas on how we might be able to actually engineer something that would take advantage of this?
Yeah, well, I have general ideas, but that, a guy like Eric Davis, probably has really specific ideas how to put off, because they have access to about at least 30 classified documents concerning all the kinds of things I'm talking about the nature of these materials. And what we really need, we need a Manhattan scale project. We need, it's going to take, many dozens, perhaps hundreds, maybe thousands of scientists and engineers and biologists and neurologists all working together in a concentrated effort to back engineer the materials, the retrieved materials we already have, and to find the new materials that we need to using nanotechnology to actually construct these machines.
All right, just as a stretch, do you think that we've already done that? Do you think that any of these objects could be ours?
No. I really no. I don't think so, because I know all the top people in the field and they don't understand it as well as I understand it. So it may sound arrogant, but and I hope I'm wrong. I hope they do understand it. But I would bet 10 to 1, odds of 10 to 1, they don't. They don't have anything. They may have some craft that they can fly. We have heard rumors to that effect, especially back in the late 1990s with Joe Firmage's group that I was involved with. There were all kinds of reports of that we were actually flying some of these advanced craft, but our pilots, got involved in accidents because they didn't really understand what they were doing and how they really worked. So that's a rumor. I don't know if it's true or not true. It might be possibly true, but I would say that's much more plausible. The fact is, until very recently, we do not have the theoretical physics basis for really understanding the phenomenon, but now we have it.
Do you intend on publishing?
Well, it's published. That's in my book. So
Okay.
it's all, everything's published.
You have not published it in a peer-reviewed journal yet.
No, there are no peer-reviewed journals that will accept this kind of stuff. It's too crazy for them.
Why do you think that is?
Well, fear, for one thing. Also, there's been a lot of deep state coverage, trying debunking of this stuff. In some cases, it was justified for obvious national security reasons, especially when they had absolutely no idea of how these things work. But now the cat's out of the bag. I should say the tiger is out of the cage. Pandora's box is open. And particularly, I know the Russians are working very much on this. I have reason to believe that Vladimir Putin himself.
Well, the Chinese are working on it.
Chinese are working on it, but I have direct reason to believe that Vladimir Putin himself has a personal interest in this phenomenon, because I was actually videoed by Russian television on these very topics. And in fact, I appear on Russian television talking about this kind of stuff. So, and I should also mention, while we're at it, that the Iranians are also extremely interested in this, because there are about 300 or 400 Iranian scientists who are on my LinkedIn network following whatever I do publish about.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah.
So the Russians and the Iranians are interested.
Well,
that's probably got some panties in a bunch in Washington.
I don't think so, because there's a big stupidity barrier in Washington. We know that Donald Trump has talked about this, right? He's trying to drain the swamp, and there's a lot of I just say a lot of let's say they're not the brightest lights on the street.
All right, here's a hypothetical. Let's say the higher up said, Safartti's got a great idea here. We're gonna give him some money. Darpa, somebody like that level. Where would you go from here? What would be the next logical step?
We have to gather a team of the top scientists. I know a few. Unfortunately, some of them are in Moscow. One of them, at least, is in Moscow, who have some of the key pieces of the jigsaw puzzle, how to put this all together into a new technology.
Well, this would obviously have enormous. I mean, this would be a game changer, unlike any other human history.
It's also going to
provide us with unlimited energy.
Yes, yeah. Well, it's going to. What are we talking about? We're talking about things like room temperature superconductors, electrical superconductors. That's part of the technology of the Tic-Tac. We're also talking about conscious artificial intelligence. There's a lot of hype about quantum computers, which will be much more powerful than any classical computers, and that will affect artificial intelligence. It would also enable us to hack the so-called secure quantum cryptographic networks, like what the Chinese are building in space right now. And there's a lot of buzz in the media about that. But I'm talking about something even beyond that. I'm talking about what we have to call post-quantum quantum computers, which are based on this new physics that's behind the operation of the Tic-Tac. So, just imagine if your self-driving car is itself a conscious entity, just like you are.
Yeah, well, I mean, there's some issues with that. I mean, what if it's angry at you?
Well, these are all problems, but I'm saying that let's put it this way. If Donald Trump were to write a blank check, Jack, we might have that kind of technology in the next 5 to 10 years.
Really?
Yeah, we're that close.
Pretty optimistic.
Yeah. Well, no, because we're very, very close, very, very close. And I just been basically working as one person, a few people, basically working by myself, 1 or 2 other guys, but amplify that with some really bright.
Well, given these enormous societal impacts, that might explain why you're running up against a brick wall. I mean, it would be very socially disruptive.
The brick wall is based on fear, ignorance, and stupidity, and these are great problems. You know what Einstein said. that there are two things that might be infinite in the universe. One is the universe and one is human stupidity, but he wasn't sure about the first one. And that basically fits my experience in life.
I'd like to switch gears for a minute, Jack, and discuss some of the political.
So yeah, you can go and watch that in your own time. So you want to break this guy's thing. That's probably his first one, edition one. So yeah. So I guess there's a book out there that you can read on it if you want as well. So that brings us to these other topics. Let's see, what have I got left? All right. So last time we were talking about remote viewing Mars. This PDF thing. So I was actually trying to find out what sort of images quality level we've got on the Mars maps. And I did find Google has one. I think it's that one. Wait till it loads. No. That's also find that location. Remember we typed that location in on a couple of lives back and it wouldn't come up on Google. So I'll come back to that one in a minute. We'll talk about the Mars. That must be this one. So here we go. It's google.com/Mars is the link to this map. So I'll paste it down in the comments again. Google Mars. Now, this is the online version. Apparently, there's something a bit better that might be available on Google Earth. You have to download the separate package, which I don't have installed. But apparently, if you it gives you instructions how to get there. If you click a certain location on the screen, it'll give you an option to go to fly to moon or fly out into even space, where they've got some galaxies and stuff also available on Google Earth now, but also they have Mars. So what we got here is this sort of thing here, looking at the volcanoes, I guess. And if we zoom in, this is the best quality we've got for it. It's not really high definition at all, is it? We can sure enough see craters and we can see shadows. Hey Renee, you're back again. You can hear me okay? Hopefully. So here you can see these ones have got little blobs in the middle where it's sort of impacted and it's gone upwards and it's sort of cooled down fairly quick. You've seen Third Phase put up a thing here saying there's buildings in the middle, but obviously it's just part of the lava from the impact of all the energy as it's gone upwards and it's formed a sort of like a rock pile in the middle there, which obviously these are quite long. I'm not sure if we've got a measure tape on this at all. But what's good about this is they've listed features like the face of Mars and stuff. So these could be like a couple of miles across. So that pile of rock in the middle is quite big. So we can zoom right out, of course. To the maximum, which is that, I think. There you go. I think it might be repeating. Looks like it's repeating, is it? So yeah, if you want to type in face on mask. For face. It's given us the GPS coordinates on the map. So face on Mars, happy face, crater. So that must be this one here. Happy face. So has it got a face in it? Oh, where's it gone? I hate when you zoom in, it loses your location. Let's zoom back out again. It's gone upwards. It's gone up here again. I lost it. Where is it? Oh, here. So we can only go down so far. But I guess it kind of looks like a happy face. Smiley face and 2 eyes. And so we can go to the face on Mars 2. And let's come up here somewhere. There is it. There it is. So let's see if we can zoom down on it. Now, last time I tried this is as far as it would go. Just shows how big these locations are, the craters and whatnot. So it won't allow us to go any further than that, which is pretty hopeless. So we can't actually see the face at all. I guess that was done by a separate scan. Special map. But why can't we go any further? You know, it doesn't make any sense to me. So I just wonder who's got Google Earth out there could give it a try and see if they can access the Mars map and see if they can get a better, closer match. Also, we got this one here, so-called phase on Mars. So we got 2 locations. So we can see here it's got the GPS coordinates. So what I found out was, going back, what's Renee saying? I don't think I got the best. Mine's held together with duct tape and all sorts of bits and pieces, but yeah, I've sort of shown it on a video, showing what I use. But at the moment, we're just trying different software that's less resource hungry, which looks like it's working okay, but it's got some niggles rejecting the sound. So, yeah, I'm a bit disappointed. I really want to go down to the face level. Then I was going to use that document here from the remote viewing to see if we can actually type in some of these coordinates. Now, they talked about it being 90 degrees and all that. We couldn't work out how to convert that into longitude and longitude. So I wanted John on about to plug in some values on his Google Earth. Well, try and get Google Mars up. It does tell you instructions if you search for it. I'll just make it big here. How to get Mars on Google Earth. It gives you instructions here. So it says click the Explore tab in the bottom right corner. So unfortunately I haven't got the software, so I can't do that. Then click Earth in the bottom left corner. 3 orb options will appear in the Explore tab: Earth, Moon, Mars. Or if you go directly to the Moon and to the Mars here, so they've got some click links below to it. Live Google Maps on Mars, mechanics. Yeah, no, use Google Maps, not live. So yeah, so someone has to try that out. And at this stage, I don't really want to install Google Earth, but I might end up having to do it. I guess it's free, isn't it? And it's limited though. So yeah, so these coordinates here. Where is it? Oh, too far. At the bottom here, where it talks about. Who gave us this document? It was you, Renee, wasn't it? About the Mars remote viewing. So we got so far with it and got frustrated. So where that was the coordinates, about here, 80 degrees south, 60 degrees east. So I did some searching about GPS, and there's so many different formats. So there's actually this really cool GPS converter, converts it all to your different formats out there. So you just plug it in there, and then it breaks it out into all the other ones, which is called degrees, DD, degrees and minutes, which is DDMM, degrees, minutes, and seconds, and RD coordinates, Dutch, something rather, measurement. So what we can do is from that document plug it in 80 degrees south, 64 degrees east. So ATS space and 64 east, was it? I'll put it backwards. Yeah, you forget as soon as you switch. No, south, 64 east. And hit convert. And then it gives us into longitude and latitude, which is what we want for most of these programs. So it's quite a handy little tool. So I'll just post it down the side here. GPS co-ords. Now you can plug that into Google products and it'll work. Co-ord letter. Maybe I asked John to research it, but he got all sorts tangled up on it, and we got nowhere with it. So I thought I'd do a daytime research on it, see what I found. And of course, I found this great tool. So now we can see it's converted into negative 80 and 84. So that's what south means, I guess, is negative, which makes sense because it's going downwards. And east, I guess one direction would be negative and the other one would be positive again. So that's how it works. So I thought you could plug it into this Google Mars online, which you can see it's very limited, so we're not going to see anything, which is a bit of disappointment. So we should be able to go there. How do we go there? Plug it into here. Top longitude, latitude. And how do we get there? I've forgotten how to do it already. Infrared. Visible. So look how bad that is, and that's the best quality we've got for the face on Mars. That's not good. Just wonder if Google Earth's better. What's happened? Why isn't it searching? Sure, it worked for me. Oh. Ah, right. Maybe it was the other Mars thing that had a search. Have I got it up? I don't think I have. With the other Mars program we had, where it had a search option, it would take you to that region on the map. And that was equally as bad as this here. So I guess they're using the same data. But do you think there'd be a way to search? Yes, maybe in front. Craters, ridges, regions. Doesn't give us a way to search in this one. So yeah. So I was hoping some people will have a play with it, see if they can find out something I've missed. But it would be good to go to that location and see what's there and compare it to what's in the document, which is what I wanted to do. So he's saying he sees some pyramids. So if we can go to that region and see what's there. Obviously it's going to be destroyed or whatever, probably. Well, it just could be a load of BS, but it would have been a good fun project to verify it. So I might just keep that there until we can find out some more information about it. That brings me to using that coordinates thing, where I plugged it in from third phase of the moon. that we couldn't find. Well, I plugged it into that coordinates thing, which is up here. And I can't see what was different to what I pasted in. It looks identical. But maybe there's a space wrong or some hidden character. But again, if you plug it into this thing up here, it'll convert it to longitude and longitudes, and you can plug any of these into Google and it'll work, which is good. So we can get around that in future when we have that problem. So what's here? Well, obviously it's Area 51. So when you, I hate when it scrolls like that. When you drag this little man, it turns into a saucer normally. See that? It turns into a flying saucer, which means it's protected. So we got no street view on that location. So we lost our location. So we'll search it again, it'll go back. There you go. So what is here? So they focused on this thing up here. I'll zoom in a bit more. People think it might be to do with fracking, that it could be a burn-off point for gas, which is possible. Looks like there's some trucks and stuff down here. See, that one looks more like a tunnel entrance than the other one up top. And looks like there might be buildings here, eh? Is that going underground? But look at this, there's another big cut in there, so it's not very secretive, is it? It's very open. It looks like more buildings here, so I think it's got a name off the road here too. What's it called? Mold Valley Road. So let's zoom back out. Could it be where they're dumping nuclear waste? It's very possible. Question is, where do they dump nuclear waste? I know they do dump it underground. So let's find out. See if Google will tell us. Where do they bury or dump maybe nuclear waste? Let's come up in the search, so that's promising. Ocean disposal. That's pretty rough, isn't it? Fancy dumping it in the ocean. Don't care if it leaks out. But it would have a half-life, obviously. I think UK dumped it out to sea, didn't they? Illegal dumping. Ocean dumping. We want really better. Let's see what it says. So, plans to store the majority of our nation's spent nuclear fuel and other highly radioactive waste at a central repository underneath Yucca Mountain, which sounds like it's in Nevada. In Nevada desert, 18 miles from Las Vegas. So is that where we are on the map is the question. So let's see. Is it related? So we don't really need that one open now. We've got to get back to that. So where is this place? Chocolate Mountain? That's what I typed in, was it? Yucca Mount. So the end got chopped off. Doesn't seem to have changed. So, whereabouts are we? So it looks like in the middle of nowhere. Gold center. It's got to be roads going to it. So whereabouts they bear it? Nuclear waste areas. So obviously it's not in the same location, is it? Although there's quite a load of roads coming to and from it. The question is, how do we get the GPS coordinates? I've lost it now. Where's it gone? Have they got a tunnel entrance here? Right. So there you go. There's a tunnel entrance that looks realistic. So it's always got these steep sides as they drive through. It goes underground. Makes perfect sense because we're seeing it from above, and we probably can't get ground view. Probably. No, it's got a UFO. So yeah. So let's see. I'll give you the coordinates if you want to have a look around these places. Actually, nuclear dump. So how far underground does it go, and how many miles into the mountain? Does that work? Hopefully it works. And I'll go back to the other map. Where was it? Oh. How do we go back? I like that. So that was missing on third phase's video. So we'll just include it. Third phase location. So if anyone can find out what it is there, let me know. But I don't think it's like, you know, underground secret bases. So got their own dump sites for stuff, maybe. Makes sense. Places where they burn off stuff. Out of sight, out of mind. So what's this here? Looks like a very high building. So could it be a fracking facility? Anybody's questions? Look, it looks like a big building casting a shadow actually, rather than an entrance there. Another building here. So that almost looks like a concrete pad. Does it look like a drilling platform, or looks like maybe a kind of platform there that we can't quite see? I don't know if I can zoom in on it actually. Let's cut it out. Let's have a look. Haven't tried it with this new. Oh, yeah, it's already going wrong. Yeah, you see it's off the screen. Stupid thing. Which one's the plus? That one. So, why is it not in the download folder? Ah, right, it's going to the wrong down location, isn't it? So, we've got to change the download folder. How do we do that? This new browser called Brave. We have to change all the defaults to downloads. Where's preferences? Oh, there. Should be down here somewhere, shouldn't it? Yep, going to the wrong place. So we need to change that now. Downloads. Let's go in the right place. Is there a save button? Just close it, I guess. So let's try that again, maybe. Oh no, we'll just go with this one. So, can we see any structures? I need a drink. Damn it. Does look like there's something there though, doesn't it? Don't think we can do much with it. Does look like a moon. You know, it could be a launch pad for a rocket. That probably makes sense. Yeah, it's probably been torn down. Probably from 1950s or something, probably. I wonder if it could be where they had the nuclear bomb test. It's very possible. So, we'll move on. GPS done. I'll just keep those tabs there. So, that brings us to Secure Team 2000. So it looks like we're not going to be able to test Discord after all. No one's going to join me. So have to be Sunday. Secure Team. This thing I haven't done. I haven't done bookmarks, have I? So that's another thing that needs to be done. Where's the bookmark thing on this? Still a few things to customize, so I'm going to stick with this browser anyway. So yeah, there's more BS from Secure Team, of course. Fake news. Ew. Okay, so how do we bookmark? That's a good question. Thought bookmark was really there with a little star. How do we do it on this browser? Can't be there. Right click. Nope. Okay, where's the bookmark? Is that it there? What's that? Bookmark. Here we go. It's a different icon. Oh, to bookmark it. Bookmark bar. What else we got? Another bookmark. Oh, done. Where's it put it? That's a question. We normally had a bookmark bar, didn't we? Okay, that's the next problem. How do we get to the bookmarks? Bookmarks. Say bookmarks. What can we do? Show bookmarks, but let's see. There it is. So now we've got that sorted. So need to add the other ones later. So yeah. So what have we got to here? So this one here. Let's play it. I'll put caption on. Play it a bit faster because he drags it out. Okay. Okay, let's play it from there.
Hey, what's up, guys? Tyler here with Secure Team. So I was working on a video, and I got to thinking about that mystery cigar-shaped object that was detected blasting through our solar system last year. If you guys remember, it was called a Muamua. It was unlike anything we had ever seen before. It wasn't from our solar system. Everything about this thing rang alien object, or at least that's what even a Harvard paper suggested. This thing had a high metal content. It had a very strange, elongated needle or cigar-like shape. It changed speeds and velocities at will, and not just what you would normally get from passing by the sun. So then, a few weeks ago, if you guys remember, I posted another video about how another study came out that basically said that there are likely more of these things, or more of these strange cigar-shaped interstellar objects, we'll just call, detected out near the orbits of Jupiter and Neptune, and how there could potentially be thousands of these strange cylinder.
Okay, all these have been debunked. This is not actually an object, it's actually a satellite long exposure that's got captured on camera. So we debunked that one. Cigar UFOs or whatever it's called. Case number 40 something probably.
Shaped interstellar visitors, as they've called them, throughout our solar system. And that made me think of the book Ringmakers of Saturn, and how really
Yeah, that's been debunked as well, but we'll get to it.
these cigar-shaped UFOs, we'll call them, these unidentified cigar-shaped objects, have not only been seen
Also, again, no one that's sort of been debunked.
in our own skies above Earth, but these things have been detected by various probes.
Okay, that's just a scratch on the film. When they, a lot of these were done on glass plates, and of course, bits and pieces of debris would fall on the plates as they were scanning them in to digitize them. Of course, they don't probably check it as they're doing it. So yeah, and of course you also get radiation damage and dust
that have been sent out over the years, captured near planet Saturn, captured near Mars, the Phobos incident, shadows of these things.
Okay, that again is a transmission artifact. It's been debunked so many times now. So this is it. That's the real object. This one is error. Now there's actually a good debunk on all that. So we'll just get to that.
Have actually been captured over Mars' surface. And then it made me think of a discovery in 2015 that has really, really had me scratching my head over the years. One of my favorite finds, and it's on Google Sky, because you guys know how there's a Google Earth. Well,
again, this is again what I was talking about, how they process the photographs. And this is an artifact because they're using glass plates, and as you know, it refracts light when it's scanned in. And obviously, they got a scratch on the plate here, which makes the really odd shape, and adds artifacts in.
Satellites have also mapped a huge portion of space. And as talk of these cigar-shaped objects continues, I keep going back to the discovery of this object here. It's actually one of many objects captured out in space, and you can actually go and still see these things today. But this one is probably the most damaging of all of them, because, well, as you guys are seeing here, we have what appears to be a massive blue cigar caught in a photograph lingering.
That guy's just full of BS. He doesn't even know what he's talking about. That's where you got to do some proper research. You can see even here it seems to have a straight edge to it. It's probably two glass plates stitched together, two images stitched together. And this one's got a scratch on the edge of the plate, probably. The looks of that. See that? See how straight it is? But that's just me looking at it now. I haven't actually looked at all the full
out
information
in
on
space. And not only that, but it appears to have a definite structure to it, even shadows. Now, likewise, found within the same area or vicinity of this main cigar, were found a couple of...
Yeah, so here's some other different scratches. That one's a circle one, which probably was like a punch mark. Probably dropped a pen on it when they were scanning it. You can clearly see these ain't UFOs or space stations or whatever, alien structures. Doesn't make any sense whatsoever. So yeah, so get to the debunk. Enough of that BS. And how many views did he get on? 300,000 views, and everybody's been brainwashed to think they're UFOs. So Scott Brander actually did debunk quite a lot on the page here. According to the latest hoax video by security team, there are exclusive space objects everywhere. And he's got an image of all these ones and put links up to them. So what I did is I opened up one of them here, which is quite good. To learn about giant spaceships to attack December 2012. So these have been out for a while, as you can see. So a lot of hoaxers have used it. December 2010. So yeah, it's been around for 8 years now. So are these 3 giant spaceships on their way to Earth? No. There are some teeny tiny problems with the story though, like spaceships are actually image defects aren't real. There's no way to figure out how big they are from the picture, and astrophysicists quoted in the article doesn't even exist. So fabricated. It's been a while since I've done a good old smackdown debunking, so let's take these one at a time. First things first. Spaceships known here, as you can see, which is the one security team has been pointing out. The article refers to a picture of a big blue wormy thing floating in deep space. What could it be? Well, because I don't trust articles online talking about giant spaceships invading us, I went to the original pictures. NASA has the original archive viewer here, Skyview, which is probably a click link, which I use all the time when I work on Hubble data. So going down, here's the actual blue image from DSS-2 survey. You can see the object there, but also a lot of schmutz. The article picture doesn't show well. However, having seen stuff like this a bazillion times, I can tell you right away this is what's called an image defect. Something that isn't real. The original survey images were taken using glass plates sprayed with light-sensitive emulsion, which you can think of as film, but on glass instead of thin, flexible plastic. Later, the plates were scanned and digitized by technicians. When that happens, it's impossible to get rid of all defects that crop up, including hair, dust, small cracks, and chips, which is what I was saying. To my very experienced eye, 30 plus years as an astronomer, and well over a decade dealing with digital imaging, including staring at raw Hubble data, that's what we have here. The other images are similar, showing blobby stuff that looks like lint and some other foreign object that got stuck in the plate. Size matters. Note that the particular object is not in plate using the red filter, which supports my idea. It's problem in the plate itself and not a giant spaceship. Of course, if you were a giant spaceship, it would have been moving, and also maybe that's why it's not seen in the red image, right? So they're saying it's taken several images, one with blue filter, red filter, and all that. And of course, one plate's got scratched and the other one hasn't. From what I'm understanding, what I'm reading there anyway. Bear with me a second. I haven't mentioned how big they are too, saying they're tens of kilometers long. That's a huge red flag in any story like this. Why? Because it's literally impossible to know how big an object is from pictures like this. You don't know how far away the thing is. That's because they're 2D and not 3D. So there's no way to determine its size. And the only thing you could say, if it had a known size object next to it, like a space shuttle, then you could probably work out the size. But even then, you need to estimate the distance away from the spaceship it is. And then it's only still an estimate, isn't it? If it's a galaxy 1,000 light years across and millions of light years away, or it could be a planet thousands of kilometers across. So anytime someone mentions size in an article like this, I know right away they're full of it. So there you go. Had to know a hoaxer when they say, oh, it's got to at least be big as a car. Who does that? The cousin bros. It gets worse too. Let's assume somehow the author of the article is correct about the size of a spaceship. Let's say it's 50 kilometers long. Using the image, I can measure the apparent size in degrees and use it to calculate its distance using a small angle formula. The result, to make an image that size, an object 50 kilometers long, would have to be a bit over 100,000 kilometers away, only a quarter of the distance to the moon. Mind you, the Sky Survey images were taken in the 1990s, so these ships must have been moving really, really slow. These aliens must be a bit thick. It only took us 3 days to get to the moon using relative primitive hardware, but it would have taken them decades. So virtual astronomy. So spaceships ain't real, so why would SETI astrophysicists make claim? I did a quick Google search on the name Craig Kasanoff, and only results were in relation to UFO article, which is more than a little suspicious. So it's a fake person. So this is why you got to do research on things that are being put up. In a nutshell, to see where does this leave us. So basically what we said. So this was all before the Mayan doomsday apocalypse end to the world or whatever. Planet X people. So yeah, I'll just give you a link to both of those if you want to go and check them out. But that one, yeah, is quite an interesting one on the transmission errors. I'll see if I can bring it up as well. CT10 cigar. There's also other ones that happen on the moon. They took photographs using cameras, which I've covered before. And as it winds the tape, it causes a static charge and it causes a spark to happen, and you get blue flashes as well. So that's another one you get. And also, as I said in other ones about these massive buildings on the moon, those blobby castle ones were actually ink that sort of dripped out because they only tested it in Earth gravity and didn't think about weightlessness. And so the camera, that experimental camera they're using, dripped out some liquid, formed these blobby structures and lines on the photographs. So yeah, always got to be critical. And this one here, if you want to read up about what he was saying about the blue cigars. So where's the blue chickens? Maybe they drive these blue cigars. So it looks like all my comments lately. Where's Renee gone? Okay, thanks Renee. Sound audio is good. Loud and clear, good. Right, so I missed that comment before. Because the streaming software on the browser here for Google is only flickering 1.5 things on the audio, and well, it doesn't really flicker unless I talk really loudly, so it's kind of strange. So it's obviously not perfect. So yeah, we can close that one down now. I'll just have to see if we can find these other links. So it looks like Renison Forest stuff I'll probably have to talk about. I know people get sick of hearing of it, but it's a new story. Some new stuff that's sort of come up. So I'll just go over it in a minute. So which one's that one? Okay, that's the one we want. This is the Russian Soviet close encounter, so it said. So this article here debunks it completely, which is quite good that Scott's found it. I've talked about it before too, about that this line being in all images. This one actually shows it as well. Further down. It's just a transmission error because it's old technology. So they're showing it on various photographs here. Exactly in the same place, and you can see here there's also horizontal corruption occurring. So it's on that one. These are all the different photographs, right? Even when it's not even close to the meteorite. So that one at the end is quite interesting. So there was a corruption going across there. What was the line meant to be? Was it meant to be UFO shot a laser beam at the craft or something? So you can see here this playing all the images together. So it's clearly an artifact because it's all in all the same place. That one, the vertical one anyway. So yeah, again, that's the Phoebus incident where they're playing big cigar UFO, was it? I think it might have been a cigar UFO, no one. Russian Phoebus. Two images. So when you take one image out of context, it kind of makes a good story. So that Russian woman obviously was trying to make money from the media or publicity. The one that said she leaked it. But what's he say here? Genesis visited. Knowledge shall set you free, the same as truth. So who would have thought that 20 years later, these above top secret images would be fully and open available at the thing called the internet? So it's, ladies and gentlemen, click the link image below, the complete photos image dataset, so you can actually download it and have a look yourself. So it wasn't covered up. She said she leaked it. So there's obviously, he talks about other things down here. So it looks like someone made a model of an alien, took a photograph, made it look grainy. You can see it's the same one. What else have you got on that page? Oh yeah, another picture of an alien. Same one, bullets of it. So yeah, enough of that one. You can have a look at the other ones. I posted it anyway. Let's see, Twitter, UFO interest. So pretty much his whole video there was completely debunked. Again, right, these ones here, I said there were artifacts, sketches. Obviously it's in non-English. Right, kind of think I have covered this one before. Let's just have a look at it again. This one might not be a scratch, obviously. I'll just check it. How do we translate? Translate. Does that do it? Come on, Google Translate, won't you? Translate it. What's it say? Can't read it. Translate this page. Well, that's what we want. There we go. We can read it now. From gobbledygook language to proper language. God knows why he doesn't keep it all in English if people want to translate it to others. So what's he say this one is? Recent image captured by Curiosity on the Curiosity has been placed. Was that the Curiosity rover one? I thought it was a moon one. 6 shots produced by Navcam Right on the Martian. Right, so this is going to be one of these ones that's got grit on the lens or something, isn't it? Caption, raw image. Martian shown, the object disappearing after 10 minutes. At first glance, it may seem irrelevant, but the rocky profile was very precious to able to identify which coordinate point the rover was framing. To be able to assert, I think, to the user intervention, it was necessary, first of all, the landing coordinates of the rover. So I found the location that the rover was at. From this angle, which roughly represents the frame, easy to see the rover was facing east. East. Yep. Seems to match up. So where are we going with this? At this point, knowing the coordinates where the rover is positioned, we can transfer information. The stars, blah, blah, blah. So now we've got stars. Yep. So what it's going to be probably, here we go. It's going to be a time lapse of a star moving. That one forms a diagonal line heading towards the horizon. That makes sense. Long exposure. So that's the moon Phobos again, is it? Okay. Okay, now looking at the raw images. So we're going down to the raw images. Star. Keep going. Sort of debunking it in detail and bullets of it. Oh, here we go. Phobos. Here's the angle. Here's again, bother to respond. It's just got to be the exposure setting on the camera. 160 each, there you go. Where the velocity of satellite orbital speed is perceived. So that means it's open for 3 minutes per frame. So it'll cause a streak, of course. Have a read of it anyway. Does it translate? Can you copy the translation though? English. Show original. How do we copy translation? Doesn't give us an option, does it? Translated. Okay. Well, you can get the link anyway from 3 posts above and have a read of it, translate it yourself. Before I could post the translation link. Options. So let's close that one down. And that one. Move on. What else did we have to look at security here before we move on? Okay, transformer explosion. We've done that one. Okay, this one was quite interesting. Ooh. Don't listen to that. What's happened? Stupid thing. Okay. We just want to look at the video. See if we can suss it out. I'll zoom in. Come on, Google. We're being censored. Okay, some people are outside filming at portrait dork mode, I call it. And So what do you think that could be, guys? I got 2 thoughts already. Could be ice crystals that are called a pillar. Light pillars, as they're called. You can see the smoking because we're getting a lot of puffs of smoke going across the screen here. Or it could be a plain contrail because it looks like the cloud itself is sort of the same color, isn't it? So could it be the sun setting? See, the color's been changed again. So yeah, we haven't got, as usual, we haven't got the original video, and we haven't got any information, location, which way they're looking. So we can't sort of bring up plane finder and sort of just eliminate it there in plane. Oh, Mr. Hammered. So he's got these fancy glasses so that flashed underneath, and now he's just interrupted this video to say, can you go and vote whether he was hammered or not? It's always about him, not about the UFO topic. Okay, so now he's comparing it to other photographs here. So I've covered these in the past. Again, it could be a light pillar, but yeah, it could be ice crystals coming up from a transformer. That one's a transformer explosion, isn't it? Oh no, there's probably later. And there's one for transformer explosion that causes a vertical beam, which is called a vertical smear. That one looks like it might be a vertical smear too. And that one there, I think, was roll and shutter, but it kind of looks constant across the film. The roll and shutter you get if you get a bright light that happens, like transformer explodes, right? And as it's scanning the image going across here, as the transformer explodes, you get looks like a laser beam coming down. So I've covered that before. So we got 2 things. Light pillar. So I'll just recover it here. But still, it's not a light pillar on that first one. That one's either going to be a plain contrail because it looked uneven, or it's going to be ice crystals. Definitely not a UFO shooting a beam down. A light pillar is an atmospheric optical phenomenon in which a vertical beam of light appears to extend above or below the light source. So if you click on images, these are some of the photographs people have taken, which look very similar to the ones he's shown. So if you crop that off there, you wouldn't see the sources of light at the bottom, and you'd get those smears. That's a good one. Different color city lights making these different color beams, which they get mostly up in the cold regions in Alaska and whatnot. So that could be where they photographed these ones from. So more here that looks very similar to what he had. More. It's kind of artistic. I like these type of images. There's one with tents and houses. Again, suspended ice crystals in the air where it's so cold. There's another one. Another one. They're probably like roadside lamps or something there, is it? Stadium lights, maybe. That's another one that's sort of whispery. So there's quite a lot of images there. And what was the other one? Roll and shutter, which I've covered before, but I'll just go over it. And Metabunk's got a good place. Flashes. Flash Metabyte. Got a good page on it. Where is it? Here we go. Very first one. And it shows you limitation of cameras straight away. So when you take a photograph on most phones that have CMOS sensors, that makes it like a scanner. Scans across left to right very fast, of course, we don't see it. But of course, if you get a lightning burst, you get a bright stream of light in the middle where the lightning happens. Same with any explosions or fires that flicker. You can get all these camera artifacts. And also you can overlay the sensors and also get vertical smears and some other things as well. Can't think of all the names. Starburst through the iris of the camera. So yeah, if you want to have a watch of that one. Rolling shutters and vertical beams. So you can actually create it yourself if you want to check it out. You get a strobe light and get a camera, smartphone, start recording. And every time you get a flash from your strobe lights, you'll get a vertical beam. So you can go and make your own fake UFO videos with a beam coming down. What else has you got here? Pretty much the same, I think. Same images. That was a transformer explosion, I think. So yeah, it's mixing in real stuff with fake news, of course. So all that's been debunked before anyway. So there's a transformer explosion. And I think that's what you call a... It's not a rolling shutter this time. It's like a starburst. It's like a vertical smear, I think. And let me see if I can find information. I keep forgetting all the terms and camera artifacts. Terminology, vertical smear. I was going to look it up before the stream and have it bookmarked. Maybe it's not called that then. Camera. Vertical. That's not how you spell vertical, is it? So here's vertical smear that you can get on the camera as well from bright lights. Of course, obviously explosion causes a bright light. What is vertical blooming? So here's another term. And the charge in the pixel exceeds the saturation level and the charge starts to fill adjacent pixels. Typical CCD centers are designed to allow easy vertical shifting of charge, but potential barriers are created. So that's a limitation of CC cameras. I guess it might also be in CMOS cameras as well. Here we go. See the verse CMOS, blooming and smear performance. So let's click on that one. So they're the two chips that we use for cameras nowadays. Now, rolling shutter only happens with CMOS sensors, and CCZ shuts the shutter down and processes all the light on all the photo cells at the same time. So have we got any examples? So you can see it's quite detailed. So we've got comparison of a CMOS camera versus CCD. Certainly looks a lot sharper here, but now we've got that vertical smear happening. This one doesn't have it. But you can see here the colors look far superior to this photograph here. Looks a lot sharper, clean the detail. Looks more washed out, more sensitive to the light. What else we got down here? Vertical charge. So I don't know, I can't see much difference between them both. They're both suffering the same thing. Same sort of halo effect. And that one, what's that one? CMOS sensor don't have it. Okay, so that means the charge, they got too much charge. And all you got is white blob. That CMOS sensor don't suffer from it. So there you go. So it's quite an interesting comparison there. But as you can see, our camera tech's not perfect, so you've got to always be aware of that. So when you're taking UFO pictures, you got to get facts like that. And you get people like these channels here that exploit it so they can get lots of money. 260,000 views. Times it by 4 ads, that's a million views. Divided by half. That's $500 for this video so far. Not bad going. And we got some more. Same O, same O. Same O, same O. Now we're talking about earthquakes. So enough of security. We've had our daily dose. So when people learn, if they want real UFO news, you don't go there. So close that one down. And that was the nuclear mountain. And so that brings us to the English case here. So apparently what was going around the web was the story about the SAS were pranked by the Americans. The SAS pranked the RAF, and they're saying this is really what the UFO was, which is not the case, it turns out. So basically he says here, where's it going? Since the basic story leaked out, the legend has kept alive with a stream of news, theories, claims, and fictional adaptation. In November, Sony Pictures announced Hollywood actor Lawrence Fishburne will play in a lead role in an 8-part TV drama, Redison. When was that though? Coming out 2020, so we've still got all time to wait for it then. But so far, none of the many and varied attempts to reveal the truth about the events here mentioned the alleged involvement of Special Air Force Service, the British Army Special Forces. Motto, who dares win? Some time ago, a person who claims to be a SAS insider wrote to me about he saw talking about Redison on the TV documentary. I will call him Frank. His motive was about time the truth is revealed. I investigated this incredible story by talking to trusted and open sources in the British military, including some high-profile former SAS. I researched my own conclusions, then I sat down on the story for 3 years, waiting to see if Frank would cast his fishing rod. Now I can call his bluff. Frank says that in 1980, the twin USAF bases at Bentwaters Woodbridge housed tactical nuclear weapons, and responsible for guarding these lay with the USAF 81 security police. The base was also home to 67 ARS, Aerospace Research and Recovery Squadron, a special forces unit. One of its tasks was locating and recovering Apollo command modules and other US space hardware. The sensitive nature of what went at RAF Bentwaters led to the authorities to conduct a series of exercises from the 1960s onwards. These were designed to test the ability of UK and US security forces to detect and intercept any attack from Soviet nuclear weapons. All the simulated exercises were unannounced and carried out UK Special Forces. But according to Frank, in 1980, the USA quietly enhanced and upgraded the ability to monitor the air above the base as well as ground targets. In August, the SAS mounted a convert night exercise to penetrate Bentwaters. Troopers parachuted into the forest from a C-130 that had strayed into the area from training zone. But the plan was to rumble when their black parachutes were detected by the new base equipment. The entire squad were captured and they were interrogated by a young ARS lieutenant who was unaware of the ongoing security testing. What's this thing popping up? So, but the plan, we read that. The troops identify themselves as British Special Forces, abused and roughly treated by their captors for a period of 18 hours before release. Language used by the young youth officer was unusual to the British, in that he referred to the Brits as unidentified aliens who posed a threat to their presence. Although the word alien is commonly used in US, for example, border control, blah blah blah. After the release, the troopers made no complaints. And so it goes on. They called us aliens, right? We'll show them what aliens really look like. What happened next, according to Frank, would be bread and butter for special operation troops trained to deceive and misinform whilst remaining invisible. During autumn nights, we were spent reconnoitering the perimeter with twin base complex. Met with Forestry Commission plantation known as Tangham Forest or Redison. As December approached, lights and coloured flares were rigged in the forest. Black helium balloons coupled with remote-controlled kites carried suspended material into the sky, activated by radio-controlled. So basically what they're saying here is the Redison UFO incident is actually this, but we're going to break it down. Unfortunately, a senior UFO officer, Lieutenant Colonel Holt, led the US contingent out into the forest on the second night and took along his tape recorder. The hovering and whizzing lights were significantly impressive for him to send the report to MOD. Somewhere in London, record the events of the previous August. The bottom line, according to Frank, was the Renison Forest aliens were our aliens on our soil, no encroachment on US space, so no threat to UK. Frank says he finds it hilarious that UFO legend in the forest was based on what he calls an old truism, two nations divided by a common language. So were the Renaissance forest UFOs really pyrotechnics rigged by British special forces to fool their American allies? Is the mystery solved? One man who should know the truth is Robin Horsfall, a former SAS sniper, took part in the famous Special Forces operation that stormed the Iranian embassy, blah, blah, blah. Horsfall tells me that the letter writer is someone dangling a fishing rod. The language Frank uses provides no evidence of military background. The letter says is written by a person with a solid grounding in grammar, which in my opinion excludes most SRS operatives during the period. So they weren't really good at grammar. Most conclusively, alleged events happened during the time based in Hereford with 22 SAS. He felt sure he would have heard about it in the grapevine. The idea of a revenge prank by SAS isn't plausible, as the rules controlling pyrotechnical devices within the regiment were very strict, and any action could have resulted in those involved being returned to unit. So it's not allowed. It's remained a possibility that such a prank could have been played by some other internal unit, but the risks were great because pyrotechnics would have left behind easy recoverable forensic traces. So yeah, that's right. So it gets a bit more complicated. Down here, they talk about it. I just read Frank's story and it sounds like a made up load of nonsense. So you're seeing this going around the internet, now you know. Charles Hot from Opinion, UFO fake that. He has a spotlight clone down on him. So they're saying here it's April 1st because it was published just before on the article. What a load of toss. Actually, yes, the letter was timed to arrive in my inbox on the 1st of April. But if you read the story to the end, you would know that it was my conclusion anyway. So the whole story is BS. So yeah, if anyone's followed that story, you know, it's quite a complex story, and a lot of people, I think a lot of people have lied to try and make money from it. So it's a story that's people get sick of hearing about now. So what other information have we got on it? Well, this guy here called Ian Redpath, he did this breakdown for BBC to try and debunk it. And one of the interesting things that he's got listed here was about the landing sites. And we got some pictures. So basically what he breaks down is the notebook and the landing site pictures. He reckons the holes in the ground were done by rabbit scratchings, where they dig in and then ran off. And the marks on the tree weren't burnt marks at all, but actually the tree gone black because they hit it with a machete to mark it for, because it's a dead tree, that it had to be cut down. I think later they went there in the same spot and the trees had been removed, so it sort of adds up. But yeah, I don't think we can debunk the story that easily. I just think the evidence and was not collected properly. So have I got the actual links here? So, disgracefully biased and pathological trite BBC piece on the Redison. Multiple witnesses UFO landed innocent at USAF. So this guy breaks it down. So one side you got the debunkers. So I'll post the. Oh, did I close it down? No. This one here. So what's interesting here, they're talking about the notebook as well. Where is it? But you have to go down the side links here. Radiation landing mark. So here we go, the tree damage. So here is the landing site. And here were the three holes. So I think there's one there, is it? Making a triangle. And no one put a tape measure next to it by the looks of it. They just took these photographs here and stuck a stick next to it. So no putting plaster down there to cast it, or measuring tape across to measure how big it is. Pretty badly done. And all we've got is this little picture here. 2.5 meters between those two holes. What's the distance between those two and those two? Is it equal, or the wrong different sizes? So if they're different sizes, it sort of rules out it being made by a craft. But that doesn't mean that's not the landing site, of course, does it? So yeah, have a read of all that. It just goes on and on and on. And I'm not going to do it for you. I'll just post the link. So that's the debunk. Some guy reckons he debunked it all. And you can find all the problems with it yourself if you want to. And he also did one in the notebook here, which is quite interesting. Let's see if I can find it. Notebook. I don't think it was lighthouse lights, that's for sure. And I don't think it was a prank done by cops with flashing red and blue lights either. It just doesn't make sense. It doesn't. I don't think people are that gullible. Or that, it's like the usual military man gullible, suckered in by prank. Where's the notebook thing? It's here somewhere. Tape recordings, written statements. Maybe it's there. Is that the one? Oh, right, the notebook. So they managed to take some frames from the documentary and look at his book, and they found out the dates don't match the time of the official reports. First page shown here is headed with the date 27th December 80. Below is written 1220. The rest is hidden behind his hand. Pedersen claims to have made these notes at the time of the incident. For a fuller discussion of the notebook, see here. So I might have to go to that other link. So that's probably the one I'm after. So wrong date, time. Pedersen first showed his notebook publicly on Sci-Fi Channel, broadcast in 2003 December. This is the same notebook which is in 2010 December. Also attained many pages of telepathic download binary data. The notebook contains the wrong date and time for the event. First page, blah blah. We've talked about that. And also, it's not written in military time, which military people would use. So why use a civilian 12-hour clock as a puzzle? Claims to have made these notes and sketches at the time of the incident. When I asked them in 2010 April why the online forum to explain the inconsistency in date and time. Date and time with the known date and time of the incident, which was 3 a.m. 26th of December. I suppose he's put on, looks like he's put an American date in, which is the next day, isn't it? And 3 hours out. Day out and 3 hours. So does that mean that he's written that notebook before the TV shows? Because it was never mentioned in the early reports. So has this guy fabricated his information? It's very possible. So what did he say? Yes, a lot of reading it. Now we had the chance to see the notebook for ourselves on 3 separate TV shows. There is no sign of this fluent written passage. So I had my notebook and camera while I was out there. So I began taking notes. This is what I wrote. Triangular in shape, top portion is producing mainly white lights. So he reckons that's not in the notebook. So perhaps the first person to see Gesson's notebook after the alleged UFO encounter was a security guard at Bentwaters. So yeah, it would have been good to have Robert on, because he's the one that's sort of well read on this sort of stuff. Let's see what his opinion was. But I have to do it alone. It's kind of diamond shape. So yeah, I don't know about the story anymore. Did it happen? Did they fabricate it? Did they fabricate some of it to make a book to get on TV? Who knows? So I don't know. What do you guys think out there? Anyone on the side? 2 people? So yeah, so to debunk this, because this guy was on the BBC one, there's this page here. So I'll post that down the side. And you can see it's a lot of reading and video clips, which probably don't exist anymore. Web pages. So debunks. Let's see. Debunks. BBC. There you go. Another link. So here, there was quite an interesting audio. Which one was it in? Where it quotes what was said. So basically, the guy says that no way did he say it was aliens. He said it was an unknown craft. And looks like there's a triangle shape on that page at least of the craft. The truth is not out there. I think it might be that one, so let's have a look. No, that's not the interview. Yeah, I might have to go soon. My voice is going. The truth is not out there. I think it might be in here. Let me be completely honest. I do not believe in aliens. Would always regard it as far more likely that the evidence was planted by Earthlings trying to convince of us of UFOs rather than Martians. Until this week, this was only the place I had heard of Renaissance Forest incident documentaries. I never felt any need to read up on the British Roswell. Yeah, going down. On Boxing Day, 30 years ago, a US military station near blah blah saw a light fall from the sky. Thinking a plane might have crashed, ventured into the woods. On Monday night after dark, I ventured into the Renaissance Forest with astrology writer Ian Redpath, which is what we're looking at, that debunker, a scientist who has almost made a career of explaining the incident. Took me to the place where the airmen reported seeing flashing lights. There we were greeted by the sight of the Oxford Ness Lighthouse a few miles away. I'm pretty sure people would know a lighthouse from a bloody UFO though. It's a good story to allow to die. Suspicious minds.
Oh, yeah.
We got another sub, do we? Chubby D, welcome. Why is that one not going up though? I think sometimes it's slow. Google's mucking around with subs. You probably subbed days ago and it's now only showing up. So what else have we got? Did I close it down? Wrong one. What's this one? I didn't need to close it down. It doesn't matter. I'm almost done here. I was looking for the interview though. You can find it on that link though. Just go through it all. The way the guy explains it in the interview sort of sounds like they were trying to change the story from what he originally said. Some of the things anyway. What was that one all about? History Channel, Paranormal Networks. Oh yeah, we have got a new sub. 2 old Raw Air Force. Well, I don't know what that one's about. I think it's about the story. And I need to go back to the other one to see if I can find the interview. Some of the stuff he said was quite interesting. Well, I've just done it again. I just closed the wrong one. Why has it done that though? Closed my Mars thing. Oh well, just my converter. I'll fix it up later. So yeah, too many links. So maybe this is it. Hang on. Triangle-shaped aerocraft, St. James Peterson interview. Oh, here we go. Looks like I had it on a separate link after all. That's why I do it separately, because sometimes I can't find it when I'm doing it live. So 22 years ago, 26th of December 1980, Air Force Sergeant James Peterson Station. So we heard all that story. As a security men approached the odd lights about 300 meters off the main access road, The men could see blue, red and white colors pulsating. Provided below is a complete interview with the witness, Jim or James Peterson, former USA Staff Sergeant. As we got closer, a silhouette of object was present, and I realized at that point it was not a conventional aircraft, meaning it was not one that was published in James' defense book about aircraft. It was like no aircraft like I've ever seen, but with the shape triangular. When you say triangular, was it absolutely straight on the three sides, or was it swoopy like a Corvette? No, it was triangular, straight on each side. Sketch of the craft, which we can't see. Jim Peterson from his December 26 investigation notes made after midnight while examining the glowing craft. So that's on the notebook that we're not seeing. In terms of what it looked like it was made of, well, I couldn't tell you at that point, but obviously I set the other airmen up to complete the radio relay because we were having awful bad static. I could barely talk to the first patrol man that I had set up by Login Road. I could barely hear him. I could not hear our control center. Anyway, I got closer to it. I do have my notes from that night in my notebook, and it's probably best to just read it out there. So we just read that previously on that Skeptics page, said it was not in any of those notebooks that were on TV. So my question is there an original notebook, and was one rewritten, or did the original one get destroyed and he wrote it from memory? And maybe that could explain the dates, but he admitted that the dates might be when he wrote down the binary digits, so which doesn't make sense because it should have been on the other pages as well. But anyway, it's all on those links I've provided. Anyway, you can read it through all yourself and see what you come up with. The lights seem to be molded, part of the exterior of the structure. You got to remember that's why I wrote it that night. It might not make sense in the sentence structure. The lights seem to be molded as if part of an exterior or of a structure, smooth, slowly fading into the rest of the outside of the structure, gradually molding into the fabric of the craft. Then at that time, I started taking photographs. I think there were 36 in a row. They were all black and white. That's what we carried. Where did those photographs go? That's a good question. Base Photo Lab, and the Base Photo Labs would be in whose hands today? US Air Force, we don't see them. And they were not released in this Redison file, no. So it's not a complete file release, oh no. What the British knew of this incident, I would say, is probably 10% of what happened. The other 90% is through US channels. So if we can get those photographs, that will certainly prove that he did see it, the craft there, and touch it, wouldn't it? So some cover-up going on there. But of course, the skeptics say he didn't take any photographs. So someone lying, someone covering up. We're always back to that scenario again. The way to report it would be through USAF channels. Is that the Joint Chiefs of Staff in Washington, correct? And that's the reporting procedures for anything. So you took photographs, at least 36 in black and white, of this triangle in which light seems to be part of its structure. Those photographs are in the file somewhere in the United States government. What else happened beyond photograph? Well, on that night in question, with me, I did full investigation of the down craft. Who's beeping? Is it on Discord? I think it might be. I'll just check. Who's on? no one's on, from what I can see. Try calling them, see if anyone's out there. Else I'll be wrapping up early. Oh, we got someone. Who's there?
Hey.
Gerard.
How's it going?
So we couldn't test Discord, so none of you buggers come on. I've been almost doing this for 3 hours. So yeah, you wanted to change your icon though, didn't you? So I kept it small.
Sure.
Now you might want to change your
Oh
icon.
no, it should be changed now.
Okay. So I want to keep your privacy. Yeah, what do you got up there? Oh yeah. So this would be Discord, and that would be Jared if he had his camera on. So we can hear him on voice. So I'm doing the Redison Forest business, which we covered on Twitter a bit. So I'm reading out this report here from an interview where they're saying they took photographs. So did they cover it up? Or is this guy lying that he took photographs? We don't really know. What's your feelings on it all? Have you even studied?
I think. Well, I mean, I'm sort of scanning around the edges with this one. I haven't really been looking at much of it, to be honest. I've been fixing and taking apart computers this past few days, you know. So.
Right. Yeah, it's a full-time study in all this, I know.
Yeah. But from the outside, what I'm seeing, what everybody's saying, there may be elements that may be real.
Yeah.
But there seems to be a lot of joking around and you know, sort of like trying to I'm assuming that the SAS of England has somehow conned the American army base at Rendlesham into believing that there was something more going on, you know.
Yeah, but it does seem that it was possibly April's Fool going on that particular article, and
yeah.
Although the story sounded kind of legit, but when you start putting it all together, you know, and then
I think
ask the experts what they thought. They said that wouldn't happen because I would have heard about it and all this sort of business. So they sort of classed out in that whole story being made up just to add more noise to the UFO case. Yeah, you can keep dropping.
So do you think it's real, or do you think it's fake?
Well,
do you think it actually happened, or
he's saying here they took 36 pictures that the US government got hands on. Who's to say? You know, is he lying?
Yeah.
I don't know where to go. I think what's happened is some lies have been. Now that notebook one sort of got me. So one of the photographs says it's original picture of a page, but does that mean there was an original notebook and the other ones were made up, maybe because the original got destroyed or taken away or stolen or something they haven't sort of admitted to?
Well, didn't Holt or was Pendleton? I don't know which one. Doesn't he still have the notebook?
Yeah, but the one that appeared in the TV show seems to be different from what he's saying, because he's saying he wrote a paragraph in the book and it's not in the book because they've looked on all the TV show because he flicked through. And if you look at the notebook, it's only like single line sentences, like triangle shape, you know, not full paragraphs. So yeah. By the way, I'm using this Brave browser, and it's reduced my CPU by 10% so far.
Nice.
But I had some trouble getting the audio to redirect, so I had to make the same channel sound as what you use on your Discord or Hangouts. So if I play a video, you will hear it directly in your headset now, so I having to go to YouTube. So I did have some open here. I'll just use security. So I went through most of the debunks there. You missed the light pillar one I did, but you heard it the other night anyway. So if I go to here and play some, you'll be able to hear the sound. I'm not sure how loud it is for you guys though. What's happened? So how's that sounding to you? Is that sounding too loud? Because that's on almost maximum volume there. Can you hear it?
Just waiting for the sound to come through. Nope.
No, but you should be able to hear it in the same headset as we're
New
talking.
Year is here, and of course, there is not a short.
Yes, there's a delay in the audio.
You can't hear that?
No.
That's strange, because it should be the same as what Discord is using.
Of strange things happening around the world.
You can't hear that.
But today, I'd like to start with some other strange occurrences that we've covered many times before, but they kind of fell to the wayside as we were dealing with other topics towards the end of last year.
Well, it goes on the stream all right, but you can't hear it.
No.
That's really weird. But does it, when you talk...
Oh, hang on. Wait. Sorry. The bloody thing muted. Sorry.
All right. I'll display it again, because I'm a bit strange that you can't hear it.
And those two topics that I want to feature today are the resurgence of the extremely enigmatic and unexplained lights and sounds emanating from within the earth.
It's cutting out every so often.
above.
Are you finding it cutting out?
And I'd like to start with what you guys saw in that opening video clip.
So yeah, that might be an improvement doing the sound that way, so you guys can actually hear it without playing the YouTube.
Nice.
It wasn't too loud or anything, was it? I think it's about the same volume.
Oh, it's fine.
Yeah. So
normal levels.
Yeah. So yeah, we got some improvements here and some extra CPU, which is good. And I also got the editor running here too. So I was talking about general relativity and why space-time is wrong, blah blah blah.
Yeah, I still think you should look at your system tray though to see if there's anything you can trim back on that. You know, that might give you a few more give you a bit more headroom on your CPU.
I think it's been pretty good. See that? I've never seen it over 90% now, so it's sort of stabilized it quite well actually. Perhaps I don't need a new computer after all. But I think a new computer will maybe make me be able to do more stuff though. We actually got a new sub here too, which is quite amazing. So I think this might have been a guy that I said have a look at some of my videos on security. I think that might have been one of my posts on the Twitter. It seems to ring a bell. So maybe he saw that security team is not all real, that he does fake stuff. So yeah, I've sort of done some debunks on secure videos here. But yeah, I was just finishing up on this one here. So he's saying here he took at least 36 black and white of the triangle in which these lights seem to be part of the structure. So we'll just keep on going down it. Did you touch it? Yes, part of the investigation. The size of it was approximately 3 meters wide by 3. So in that drawing of that debunker's notebook drawing, he had 2.1 meters. So yeah, approximately 3 meters. So it sort of fits what he was saying there. And what can you say about the surface? Well, I think the fabric or the shell, I guess, was best description would be a very smooth, opaque little black glass, even though at distance it appeared metallic. It made no sense once I was up there close to it that it was more like black glass. I'm pretty confused at this point. When we talked about this a few years ago, you remembered, I think, seeing this, that was probably the most interesting part of it. I drew them in the notebook. I suppose we've seen those though, haven't we? The triangles and squiggles and things. 3-inch lettering stretched for a length of 2 feet, maybe a little more. The feeling after I touched the symbols, I would describe them as like etched or engraved, like a diamond cut in glass. So the symbols were cut into a surface, not raised, right? It was not paint or anything like that. Blah, blah, blah. Symbols engraved in the dark. Blah, blah, blah. When you touch these symbols with your hand, did you get any images? No, but I did have a sensation. The fabric of the craft was warmer than the air temperature. The air temperature that was right around 31 Fahrenheit. The craft was quite a bit warmer. Blah, blah, blah. Was there any reaction from the craft itself? Well, I had no problem going around the craft and doing 360 degree looking at it, but after I did touch the actual symbols and that on the exterior of the craft, that's when it started to, I backed away. I backed away from it because the light was starting to get brighter. There still was absolutely no sound. That was probably the most incredible part of this. There was absolutely no sound. What color light got brighter? White, red, or white? You know, there is no doubt that the craft was mechanical or ship or whatever you want to call it.
Hey, Paul.
Yep.
I just want to let you know that the John's online. If you can.
John
If he wants to
John
join.
was cursing and swearing because he couldn't get his computers to work with Discord. Is he on the chat
Okay.
now, is he?
He's online, yeah. Sean is online anyway.
I'm not sure. I think he might have gone to bed. He was effing and cursing at his computer system. I could hear him fine, and the image I was getting was like the base of his LCD screen. So I think it was working fine on his laptop. So all he needed to do is get his laptop, but he wanted to get it working on the iPad. And I think somehow he's got a conflict between having Discord on iPhone and his laptop at the same time. And I think the laptop auto.
Discord should work.
Yeah, but I think the laptop auto picks up. Is that a default setting where it auto picks up when you say call? Does it automatically connect?
Well, unless he has a. Well, what type of laptop is it? Is it Apple or is it Windows?
I don't know. I don't know. Because I'm using the browser version, aren't I? So yeah.
But if he's got an assistant on it and it's it's defaulted to Discord as to route any calls, then maybe that's happened.
It would be good to get him on there, but I think maybe it's a bit too late now because I would have asked him a lot of questions, what his opinion is or whatever. So yeah, I don't know if you can help him get on if he's still around. Is he texting or anything?
Well, let's send him a message. But
who we got down the bottom here? Hello, Chubby.
Yes,
it's me. Thanks for the video made for a very interesting viewing. That's what it's all about. We're only here for the truth. We've all had real UFO encounters, even though mine was only a light in the sky. But yeah, these Gerard that is currently talking to us, he's seen a craft hovering over buildings and drift off and shoot upwards. So yeah, it's out there, the real stuff. We've only got one watching now though, so he may have left. I didn't see the message there before because I was reading, but yeah, he'll be busy catching up with all my videos, no doubt. I've done quite a lot now. So yeah, basically we've heard the rest of the story anyway, haven't we? So maybe I'll move on to something else. I was just wondering what if Robert was around, what is his opinion on it all? I know he's sort of sick of it. So yeah, what I've covered tonight was the Mars remote viewing and converting GPS coordinates into all the different forms so we can use it in Google Maps because we had a problem last time. And I talked about the secure team stuff as well and general relativity and Einstein and the Stardrive from a guy that works at Darpa. So I've covered all that in the last 3 hours, whether you're going to have time to go through it all and watch it. And also I looked at debunks for gravitational lensing. I played a video, talked about it, drew a diagram and all that sort of stuff. So Yeah, it's amazing how time consuming it all takes when you go through it all.
Yep.
So, now what's these things down here? Is these the history or something? It might be on this browser. Don't know what it is. What's it say there? Exposing the myth of gravitational lensing there. So these are some ones. So where's the one with the... Oh, there it is. Let's click on it. So opening. So yeah, I use this converter here. It's a really handy tool. But unfortunately, I wanted someone that's got Google Earth. Maybe I'll have to install it and play around with it. So we can go to Mars. Because if you zoom right down to the Mars surface, it's really poor quality. You can't even see the face on Mars on all the online ones. So I just wonder if Google Earth has got more data there. I don't know. So
The face of Mars.
yeah. So I know John had it, so he could have a look. Because now we can actually make sure we got the right coordinates. So I was plugging in from this remote view and just to see what we could see there. Was down here where they talked about pyramids, 80 degrees south, 64 degrees east. So he talks about sea pyramids. Do these pyramids have insides and outsides? So yeah, should be able to go to that location on some Google Mars or whatever and see what's there. If it's like a big flaming crater, there's going to be no pyramids, is there? You know what I mean? Or it's going to be like a flat location where there's nothing there at all, no mountains, whatever. But yeah, try to go there. So if you type in this converter, which you should bookmark, it's quite handy. So if you type in 80s space 64 east, gives you longitude and latitude that you can plug into stuff. Yeah, we had one called Google. Unfortunately, I haven't got that book. I can't. How can I transfer my bookmarks from the other Chrome to this one? So I had all my bookmarks set up. There's another one called NASA Mars or something. Let's see if I can find it. Here it is, I think. Is it? Mars. No, I don't think that's it. Because it's not a funny color. Oh, right, this one might not have it though. NASA Mars. What do you call it? Map. I think it's. Oh, here it is. Mars track. That was it. So if we go here, see if it works. Did John actually message at all? I didn't hear any beeps. I don't even know if he's watching it in real time or not, because he hasn't commented down the side, so I think he's gone away. I think he got so frustrated, he blew his top. I thought I connected to Vern's live stream for a minute, and it was him swearing and stuff. I thought, bloody computers. I did post some comments and Hangouts, but he wasn't reading it. I told him to shut down his tablet and reboot everything. Well, that took a long time to get there, didn't it? But look, you can see if you go down to the lowest image level, that's just terrible. We looked at this last time. Here it is. Looks all right at the moment. But say you want to go to that location. It's got a search here. And it wants longitude and longitude. So we have to use this converter to get it to this format here. And search for that location where they reckon there's pyramids. I'm not sure if it needs a comma in between. So let's just try it, I guess. So it's moving. And where's it gone? Hasn't got a circle or anything, has it? So it's quite confusing. And looks like it's got bent because of the temperature of the pit. See that? So they haven't sort of unflattened it, so to speak. So where's the pyramid? Smack in the middle. This goes smack in the middle. And that's what we see. Is it still loading? That's as far as it will go down. Doesn't make any sense. So I don't think there's any pyramids there. But look how blurry it is. Shouldn't it be sort of sharp, even at that level? That's the clearest we've got so far. So to me, I can't see any pyramids, and yeah, it doesn't look very high quality, if you know what I mean. So that looks like the level that maybe it took photographs at. But I don't see any pyramids there if I don't zoom in. Any triangles? But I wanted to see if you can find that on Google Earth if you've got it. It'll play around.
Yeah, I'm trying to see if I can.
Yeah, so there is a crater right there that was in the middle, but I'm not sure that's where the coordinates were going. So let's face some Mars. So I was looking at this other one here, sort of going backwards a bit, but it's probably worth doing. It was called Google Mars. Yeah. So this is Google's version without having it a separate application, and the quality is crap. Is that Google Maps? No, that's not the one. We want Mars. I just copied them. Mars. Eyes were a bit better, so I can read that small print. Oh, here it is. So here, if you type in face, it actually tells you the locations, the GPS coordinates. And we want the face on mask, and here it is here. And in that little pop-up, we got the coordinates here, which are written north and west. So plug it into the converter. Paste. Let's paste. Can't see paste. Got copy. Did it not copy? We'll need to put up that one. That's what copied. Convert. And it's 40 and -9, which sounds right. So west is negative in front. That makes sense. And north is positive and south is negative. So I kind of understand how it works now. So here we haven't got a feature to search where that location is. There's got no search, and if we put it in there, probably won't come up. Yeah, it doesn't come up, even though it's hard coded. But if you go down here, where was the face? It's gone again. Go back to it. I'll show you how bad the quality is. So we want visible, which is what they get with the camera. We got infrared, elevation. So they sort of merged it together. So that gives us the original black and white. Search for face, go to face, and it should be here. And we should be able to zoom down and see it, right?
Mm-hmm.
And we can't. Where's it gone? Yeah. I hate how you zoom in and it changes where you are. So we're slowly coming down to the surface. And that's as far as it goes. And all we got is if I zoom in on the screen, just a blurry blob. But we can change it to infrared. Gives us a bit more detail. It does look like the face on Mars there, doesn't it? You can see the shape. But why can't we zoom down any further? Have you got that one? Have you got that one? I'll post it to you.
No, I've got it.
Oh, you got it. You typed it in yourself. So I'm a bit disappointed.
I'm able to zoom down.
You can zoom through on that? You can zoom.
So as soon as I zoom to, hang on, I'm sure my
Yeah, what's happened here? You can zoom down right to the face, can you? But the thing is, if I plug those coordinates into this
when I zoom in, it just goes grey. The whole screen just goes,
like,
or the
I think that's what's happened.
The browser viewer just.
Yeah, that's what happened there, I think. Yeah.
I don't think there's enough information to resolve it.
Oh, it's gone grey. I don't know. It's really weird. So yours does the same. That's crazy, isn't it? Visible, elevation. Elevation's got more data. But even that won't go down any further. Maybe you have to get rid of that. No. Infrared. See, there's missing data here, which is what we expect to see if they haven't scanned in photographs and stitched it together. So I just want to know if you can do that on Google Earth and get right down to that level. Weren't there meant to be pyramids around here too? Around the face? But I can't see it. Maybe it's missing on this bit here, is it? But even that's better quality than the bloody JPL one. Go to the JPL one and do a search that coordinates for the face of Mars. Here we go. Where's it going to take us? Looks like the right area, so it's somewhere here, isn't it? In the middle. So if I go down, where's the face of Mars? Here. Look how blurry it is. So where's the face of Mars? All we got is bright lines. Bright blobs, I mean. That looks like it here. That looks like the face here. I think it's very similar to the other one. It's got bits down here. Looks like could be a pyramid or pyramid shape. And we got this one here. There's the pyramid shape. I think that's the face here. That's the quality we got. Isn't it utter shit? Pardon the French. It does allow you to go right down though, but it's all blurry. How can we get it sharper?
Finally, I get the actual download. Jeez.
So that tells me typing in these coordinates from this remote viewing was correct, because now we got to the face of Mars. So we verified it. Definitely looks like the face. So there was no pyramids. So I reckon that remote viewing stuff is a bunch of BS. Yeah. Well, at least we sort of confirmed it now.
Well, I'm downloading Google Earth, so.
Yeah. Be interesting to see if Google Earth can do better than both of these programs. But I'm not sure if we can bookmark it at all. Let's just try it. Paste it on the side. See what other people can see there. Face on Mars. It's all interesting. We're all sort of doing research, online research, mapping it out together. We don't know the answers. That's why we're doing it. And this one, we can't even bookmark it to where we're looking at. It doesn't have it up here. But why can't we search on GPS on this one? Because this one might be interesting to see pyramids on the infrared. Because that's sharper detail here on the infrared. Definitely a lot sharper than visible spectrum. That's just terrible. Look, it's just blur. which is what we're getting on the JPL one, and elevation. That's just hopeless. It's completely hopeless. Infrared is the best one. Wonder if they do full spectrum ones where they sort of join it all together. That would be interesting. Do ultraviolet as well. So I'm not too sure what we can do then. Went to our subs. It's gone down again. Did Chubby D go? As soon as we gain a sub, I lose a sub. Isn't it just the way?
Okay, I've got the face of Mars up.
And what's it looking like?
Let me.
Is it any better than what we can get
screen.
online here?
Yep.
It is. So how come
Okay,
how come we can't get that online?
If you want to focus on my screen.
Right, I'll just open it up. Right. So you can actually see it. So what does it look like? Is it just a strip or just one segment on the map? I see you got different color here. Right. So they've overlaid it. See that? So this is the blurry scan, and now they've done a high scan just off that region. So that's what's missing on these other online tools. Yep, it's definitely the original image, the high-res image they've added there.
Okay, here it's going 3D, so it's actually.
So can you type in that coordinate? So I've probably deleted it now. What was it? 80 and no, negative 80, 64, I think it was.
It doesn't look like a face, it just looks like adults, to be honest.
Yeah, that's what they said. They said it's just a mountain with just a rim.
Yeah.
But a lot of people reckon they dynamited it, blew its face apart. So, the conspiracy theories. So we got John on. John's definitely on. Come on, John. You must be able to got it working by now. Probably early in the morning now, 3 a.m., 4 a.m. He didn't have a good night's sleep. So yeah, maybe I have to install Google Earth. So was it right? You had to go down to the corner and click Explore, and it gave you the moon, Earth, and all that icons there. Is that how you do it?
Yeah.
Because that's what the online instructions said.
I will send you the link.
Well, just post it down and
yeah, it's posted.
Post it down here rather than Hangouts, or I mean Discord.
Post in Discord or Hangouts?
No, just post it
in chat?
In YouTube, yeah, so everybody can get it.
Yeah, sure. Just let me get to the actual live stream.
I suppose I could install another application for our toolbox box. But I just wonder if it'll work. At the moment, we're sitting on 75 to 80%. It might work. I haven't tried Plane Finder yet, but let's give that a try. I want to see how much that hogs the CPU. 100% just doing that. What happened there? Plane Finder, I haven't got that bookmarked either.
I've dropped it in the in chat.
Okay. So it's lunchtime Friday over there at the moment. Yeah, I wonder why Robert didn't join us today, because he's normally up by now. Oh, what's this coming up? All right, Plane Finder. Oh, how's the CPU maxing out? 100%, 78, 94. So that's killing it, tracking all these planes. 5,000 of 9,000. So there's a lot more. Look at that crazy mess there. So how much fossil fuels goes into the atmosphere of all this flying around? So they talk about global warming and all that, right? How are they going to get rid of planes? Yeah. Are they going to make electric planes that fly around?
It's doable, isn't it?
Yeah. So you can see it's plugging my CPU. So let's go down. Get less and less planes. There they go. 8 in the sky. Where's that one going? America. Dallas. There you go. Madrid to Dallas. Amazing technology, isn't it? You can track it in real time. Let's get what the radar people see. But they get all the radar information too. I want the radar information also added on so we can sort of see if there's a UFO. That would really help us. But they couldn't do that because they can't cover it up then. So, yeah, my system's working brilliant. So all that time it was Google Chrome that was blogging us down. Maybe.
Oh, yeah.
Although this is identical to Google Chrome, but they obviously optimized it somehow.
Yes, this is the new version upgrade. It would actually just come out.
Oh, right.
And
but you can see
older version,
I put Chrome extensions on here and they work just fine. So I've got the text to loud reader here, which comes in handy. So I could highlight some of this, maybe, and it'll read it out. I go there and I click on speaker. And it'll read it out, hopefully.
Single GPS coordinate or double GPS coordinates, latitude, longitude, all notations possible. E.g. 50.7545 or 50.7545, 6.0211, or N5045.270, E61.266 or N5045 16.2, E6116.
So if I get any tricky words on there, I can get the computer to pronounce it. So yeah, so the add-on's working good, and we got font size increase. My GPS location, I block it with that add-on there. So I don't leak my location to nut jobs. And that one there, anti-miner, and that one for our screenshot. But the screenshot's a wee bit crazy though. So let's just try that out again. Selected area.
You don't use the snippet tool that's built in the Windows?
Yeah, I do, but this is better. There we go. It's working all right. There's the face of mask on the JPL's website. So they obviously haven't overlaid the HD one. I've changed the download location. It should be correct now. Yes, it is. So it's working, and we're sitting on 80%, so that's cool. And I can open it up and zoom in. 91%, 95, 96, 93, going down now. So everything's working pretty good. I think Sunday night will be our MUFON debug night, I guess, and more of the area that joins will be good. So you posted the link. Is it Google Earth, is it? I should download it and see if it's going to clog the CPU, I guess. Anyone around? No one sort of likes my channel, do they? You can't be the most hated UFO channel if people come and watch it.
I suppose it's better than nothing, right?
Well, it depends what they want to learn.
True. I think for a lot of people, it's I mean, I kind of feel this on a constant basis. It's kind of disheartening when you start to find out that when you see stuff with your own eyes and you realize it's not how it's been portrayed, by various people. And it's kind of a hard pill to swallow, but you kind of have to, I mean, well, it's not that you have to, it's pretty much staring you in the face.
So,
and if you can't come to terms with it, then I don't know.
Yeah, so what's missing on the Google Earth? You have to pay, don't you, for subscriptions to get extras?
Yeah, but it's fine, you can just use it. It's okay.
So what are we agreeing to? We're agreeing that kidneys were owned by Google once we download it.
Yeah, they basically harvest your liver.
No one ever reads the terms and conditions, do they? They just say download it.
No.
Yeah. How big is it? Let's have a look. I like how they got the download bar already added to, because that was one thing. That was.
It's one of these things where you just click it and then it gets the download.
No, it doesn't give us a time it's downloaded. Is it finished already?
Yeah. It's just a small file to go and get the download.
All right, one of those.
Yeah, it's just it's pretty much Git software.
On your Macs, connecting to the internet. There you go. So everyone can do that out there. I can install Google Earth, and then we can have Google Mars and Google Moon.
Yeah, and when you get that, you'll see there's a toolbar at the top, and you'll see like a planet that looks like Saturn. If you click it and just click on Mars, it'll take you there.
Yeah, we'll have a look.
And then just search face.
I guess I should install it and run it up so people can see.
It's much better.
It's probably going to go
because you can actually see it's a hill. Yeah, if you know what I mean, you can see it's like mountains and.
Yeah, and can you do the compass rotate as well? Can't you? We can do that with the maps.
Yeah. According to my screen, John is on. He's online. There's a green dot beside his name.
Yeah, I think he's just upset with us. I don't know.
It's fine.
I don't know what's going on. I think he was just tired. He needed more coffee.
Yeah.
Okay, it's finished. So where's the stuff?
I would drink more of that if I could get away with it.
I don't like coffee breath. So let's put it up here. So where are we going to put it? Stick it there, I guess. What's going on? Yeah, it's automatically opened up to just refresh the icons so they stick. So CPU 90% already, 99 I mean, 100%. There we go. Plug in now. 100%, that's what I thought would happen. 97.
So yeah, move your mouse to the right.
Yeah, hang on. Let me just save something here. In case the computer crashes. 82% is dropping down a wee bit. So we want to search those coordinates. I probably lost them now. What was it? So where's Google Mars? Right.
No. I'll not do it. I'll search Earth for Mars. You need to change the planet.
Yeah, whereabouts was that? Explorer, it said. I think the font's too small. Can we scale up the font? Looks like I have to use a magnifier just to read it. Hang on. So whereabouts do we go?
See the little planet? Just like on the toolbar there, just above the Earth.
Planets.
No. On over.
So there's the direction.
You're way down.
Which we don't have on the maps. On here, somewhere. Planet.
Yeah, over to your left.
I'm still not seeing a planet.
Stop. See the little planet? It's an icon.
I can't see a planet. My place
Right,
is.
so where the title says Google Earth Pro, just right below that.
There's a sun. Oh, there's a planet. Sky, Mars, and Moon. So the
Yeah,
sky
Mars.
one, it would be galaxies.
Well, no, it's just Google Sky. So if you're like an astronomer, if you're looking for like,
Yeah.
landmarks in the sky, I suppose.
So we want to go to GPS coordinates for that thing that I got.
There you go. So if you type in face and search, it'll just take you right there.
Yeah.
They're not searching.
I'm trying to not destroy my computer. As I type, I bug things. You see. Oh.
If it gets hot enough, you can fry an egg then.
I've got to be careful not to knock the fan off. It's been a really hot day, but it's cooled off a bit. Not sure what's happening.
Temperatures over here for this time of the year are absolutely crazy, man. We're sitting today on I think it's like somewhere between 6 and 10 degrees, which is really good.
So face on mask, smiley face, which is on the crater. We saw that on the other one. Hey, here we go. Fly down. Hey, there we go. Straight in the eye of the crater. So I probably can make this a bit bigger, can't I? So 93%.
So you have to zoom out a wee bit, because it actually goes right down onto the face. Or to the.
So I've now got it.
So that's like that's the upper left corner of the face. Kind of. So if you zoom back out.
Looks like it's scanning two strips here, though. See that? They've obviously merged different images together.
Yeah, I see that.
So that was the mouth. That was the eyes either side. Well, the nose, the mouth.
Yeah. So if you zoom right down, it'll like change the 3D where it actually is if you're standing on top of it.
So you get 3D.
You just keep zooming down, just keep going in.
Zooming down that way. Oh, right. It turns it into 3D.
Straight down.
So we should be able to rotate around it then. Oh. It's pretty high definition now, isn't it?
Yeah. Crazy.
Crazy. Now, how do we rotate around the corner? Rotate that. Hey, look at that.
I think the compass at the top there, or maybe if you move that around.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing. Can't you see what I'm doing?
Yeah, there's a bit of a lag between what I'm saying and what you're saying.
Now, can't you see it on Discord though? Or is it just lagging?
Sorry.
Is it lagging on Discord?
Wrong screen again.
Wrong screen again. You got multiple. You got 3 monitors hooked up, haven't you? You have one on one screen, one on the other.
No, just one monitor.
You could have the YouTube on one screen and the Discord real-time one. So yeah, what I wanted to do is go to that coordinate. Where is it? I wish I've deleted now because I got fed up with it. Here it is. That one there. So we want to go to this location. Oh no, that's face on the mask. Yeah, no, let's go back. Bummer. Did I bookmark that? I forgot to bookmark it. How do I bookmark it again? Oh, that one. Cool. Done. And I want to bookmark Plane Finder. So I don't have to type it in again. There we go.
Yeah, but when you close the Brave browser down, it'll bring it back up. Those will all be there.
So we've got Plane Finder, we've got Google Earth going, and we've got Paint.net going. This is just crazy. And we've got Discord going. So whatever I've done to my system today, installing new stuff, has fixed a lot of the problem that we were having.
Yeah, because the newer stuff's more efficient.
It looks like it. But I'm still using Chrome for streaming, though, and Discord. So that's a portable Chrome I'm using. So it hasn't really impacted the system at all much. But I wonder if I could try it next with this browser for streaming as well and see if it reduces it even further.
Yeah, I would give it we can give it a test out.
Yeah, it's just too many things
You
to
know,
test or too many things. It's best not to play around too much because you break it. Because at the moment it's been going really great, and we're coming up to 4 hours now. So,
I mean, you could test it on your own to see if it even works, you know, and then. But then again, it doesn't. It's not going to give you. You know, you could see if it works first, and then we could do a live test for everybody else to see if you gain anything in headroom.
yeah, yeah. So the GPS coordinates, I think, were 80 and no, negative 80, wasn't it? For south, yeah, that's right. So negative 80. Zoom in. There must be a way to upscale that font a bit though. Maybe I'll play around with it sometime. Negative 80 and 64, I think it was. That's where the pyramids were meant to be on that remote viewing one. There we go. It's working. And it was a crater, if I remember right. And that's the best we got. 8064. So can you see any pyramids?
Nope.
Looks like we need a high scan like the face one. So again, it's in an open area, not a crater at all. So
yeah. It's probably not been imaged by the satellites.
No, it hasn't been.
With the newer satellites.
But it doesn't look like there's any big structures there like pyramids. You can see here how they're sort of even worse blurred because they haven't scanned it in. Oh no, it's still loading. Alright, you can see all the square blobs where they're stitching all the photographs together. So there's a lot of holes here where they haven't got the data.
It's basically artifacting on it.
Yeah. No, this haven't scanned in those. You can see how big the images are when the satellites pass.
Yeah.
Well, they disappear when you go further down, but at that level, they haven't scanned in a strip there, by the looks of it. So all these haven't been scanned in, little strips. Because how many passes on the satellite would they have to do if they're only scanning that much of the region at different levels?
Yeah.
You got to do it at different levels to be able to build it up so you can zoom down. I wonder if Google will launch its own satellite and just put it around Mars and make a proper image of it all. Because at the moment it's pretty crappy, really, isn't it? So at the moment we still can't see if there's really pyramids there, but it looks like there's no big mountains apart from one over here. So I think that remote viewing thing is a bunch of BS, unfortunately. But
yeah, I've never really believed it anyway.
Yeah, there's a good clip from a TV show. I'm not sure if I should play it or not. You know Michael Shermer, the Skeptic magazine guy. Back in the 1980s, he goes and investigates it. So he joins a class where they got a envelope with a photograph in, and people just sit there. Say, imagine seeing what's in the envelope and draw what you think. And a lot of people got hits. You know, they sort of, even before they told me what was in the envelope, even I sort of guessed what it was going to be. So I don't know how I got it, but it was Stonehenge. I'll see if I can find it anyway. So yeah, we can play around with Google Earth and all that some other time. Now we got it working. Cool. So if I go back here, let's see if I can find it. Was it gone to the front now? It was at the front before. I can close that down now. Yeah, so if you search for I sort of slipped off the bed here, so I can't get the type. Remote viewing. Again, the font's too small. Must be a way to scale it up a bit. Actually, if I do home, I've got it so it scales it up. Here we go. Remote viewing. remote and remote. Getting tired. The viewing.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to bounce off for a second.
Okay. Remote viewing tested. Let's see if I can find it. And there was a good one here. Michael Knight. I think it was that one. Schumer. It's a pretty old video too. Here it is, part 1, part 2. Let's see, we can probably slow it down or something. It's quite an interesting watch, actually. Let's speed it up. Caps on. So just play it from
For
there.
20 years, our own military funded a secret program to develop psychic spies, agents who could project their conscious mind behind enemy lines. When the Reagan administration set sights on outlaw President Muammar Gaddafi, these psychics were consulted to pinpoint his whereabouts. Defense Intelligence Agency called their program Stargate, and their psychics were known as remote viewers. These viewers would use pen and paper and a form of automatic writing to produce psychic impressions of activities any place in the world. While the degree of accuracy involved made it far from a sure thing, the fact that they claim to have consistently tested at a percentage above chance makes remote viewing one of the most intriguing phenomenon in the realm of the paranormal. Just what are these
Seems
psychic
to be glitching and stopping. See that? I'm not sure if that's the browser. Maybe there's a cache thing we can tweak. I don't know.
experiments that kept our government so intrigued that they funded them for 20 years?
Yeah.
Many people still find them so fascinating that they are being conducted
So
in
this
private
is Michael
workshops around the
Schumer, really young.
country today. Here in Sausalito, California, a remote viewing workshop is being presented by Dr. Wayne Carr.
We're ready to proceed now.
Carr is a licensed psychologist who has been trained in the same remote viewing techniques used by the military. His class is made up of those who, like Carr,
Hello,
are fascinated
Renee.
by the
How's it
phenomenon
going?
and wish to utilize remote viewing
Why is it glitching?
in practical ways in their own lives. Terry Viramontes is a hairdresser. Dr. Deanna Dare is a teacher and counselor. And Mark Hall is a firefighter who has spent years developing his remote viewing technique.
You take your pen and probe that and tell me.
Dr. Carr teaches the group a variety of concentration exercises, ways to mentally free associate that, according to Carr, can stimulate a natural psychic ability we all possess.
Keep letting it flow.
The objective of the class is to identify a photo inside a sealed envelope. If successful, a significant accomplishment.
Okay. Let yourself have fun with this.
The participants sketch drawings and jot down descriptive words that come to them in flashes of inspiration.
Ideas, abstractions, concepts. Put them down.
The information being gathered seems to be cryptic and contrary. One person perceives something soft, while his neighbor picks up on something cold. It's the job of the tasker or group leader to help interpret the data.
So you've got a structure that's in a circle, a circular structure, and give me your top view.
But the problem with remote viewing, there's only like a certain people that can really do it spot on every time, and other people just are way wrong. So this is a whole class of different people. Well, I actually guessed what was in the envelope at Stonehenge before they even told us. So I thought, well, that was amazing. How did I guess it's Stonehenge? I don't know.
Okay, here's the top view. What a coincidence. She's got another something in a circle.
Yeah.
Amazingly,
I don't
nearly
know.
everyone in the class draws at least one circle. I attempt the exercise myself and draw a circle too.
Okay, he's got something top view, something that looks somewhat circular. It's a little squarish, but it's also circular. He's got a basically circle. And what were you saying about this?
People at a sort of open grassy area.
People in an open grassy area. This is exactly what this is. It's people in an open grassy area. And you even said near England or London. You said London.
Hyde Park one.
Okay,
When the
that's
target
it.
is finally revealed, the class is startled.
Okay, here's the target. We got something in a grassy area with people looking at it that's round, and it's a semicircle because it doesn't go all the way around. The target is Stonehenge.
Here's my drawing. Now here's the target. The similarity.
So Michael Schumer has been He drew that, so he's the biggest skeptic. He runs the Skeptic magazine, remember? It does look like Stonehenge when you look at it.
Okay, here's the top view from John Eric.
Not only did all of us seem to tune into Stonehenge,
Yes.
Mark Hall actually wrote the word Stonehenge.
Mark's, who's an experienced viewer, has been sitting off by himself. Basically, he has actually named the target. Okay, if I want you to be able to zoom in on the word Stonehenge.
This was most of ours first attempt. We've never even heard of anything like this. And here we have a gentleman that sits over there with his little cap sitting back. He's a viewer. He's done this before. And on his first attempt, what we're just kind of like just barely doing baby steps, he writes Stonehenge.
I myself had picked up on a grassy field with a statue or monument near London. Was I remote viewing? Wayne Carr says yes. Psychologist Ray Hyman says no.
At best, these remote viewers get about 15% of what they say correct. Well, that means that about 85% of what they say is wrong.
Hyman was hired by the United States government to review the 20-year remote viewing research project. In a detailed report prepared for the Defense Intelligence Agency, Hyman concluded that the phenomenon of remote viewing was at best a noble failure and at worst an age-old mind-reading trick.
Remote viewing, of course, is the same.
I'm not sure why it's glitching and all that. Kind of strange, isn't it?
Category as any kind of psychic reading, what we call cold reading. And you can get wonderful matches between any
the sun's dropping
set
out.
of descriptions people make. And
yeah, maybe because it's streaming out and doing Discord at the same time.
a target. And if you don't realize the ways in which we can fool ourselves this way, it's very compelling.
How many people got circles from the top view? Raise your hand.
But how do we explain the apparent success Dr. Carr's class had with the Stonehenge example?
5, 6, 7, 8.
If we look closely at the students' notes, the first thing we notice is that nobody, save one, drew or wrote the word Stonehenge. What they did draw were various shapes and squiggles.
It's a specific step-by-step procedure full of sketches and probings and drawings. And by doing this over a period of time, you start getting more and more in contact with the target and more stronger sense of presence at the target.
But skeptics cite this vague aspect of remote viewing as its biggest weakness.
One of the reasons why it seems so qualitatively compelling is because people can read into it. This is called subjective validation. We can, once we believe that this is supposed to match that particular target, we will find all kinds of wonderful ways in which it does.
Remember, the group leader or tasker knows what the target is. His viewers have been writing and drawing for an hour. At the end of the session, skeptics like Ray Hyman believe the tasker simply goes on a fishing trip, latching onto the pictures and descriptions that fit the target and conveniently discarding the rest.
Okay, this is the top view here. Okay. Anybody you get a sense of what this target is yet?
But what about Mark Hall? He actually wrote the word Stonehenge. It's not vague, and it's not interpretive.
What about the fact that Mark named the target? Well, I account for that. I would really like.
Well, it's a bit frustrating.
All I can say is either it's a lucky hit or he's a plant. And I know that doesn't sound. I know that doesn't sound nice, but in the business of magic and the kinds of things we study, these kinds of things happen all the time. So we have to be careful. So I would have had to been here at the start of that session to see,
Right.
And so maybe you guys
scientifically controlled.
Yeah, maybe you guys, you told them what it was. How do I know? To give this phenomenon a fair chance.
But you got to remember, remote viewing's changed a lot from these 20 years ago, whatever it is, this program. So there's a part 2 to this where he selects his own image for people to try and zoom in on. So he tries to choose something that's not circular. So you can see part 2 down the side here sometime. But I'll post the link there if you want to. I did share it on my Twitter account, by the way. But Schumer remote viewing. So we've covered quite a few topics tonight again.
Yeah.
Schumer.
I think I'm gonna have to pick off, Paul.
Okay, mate.
Got some work and stuff to do.
Yeah, you can just drop off. It'll just close the.
Okay.
Okay, have a good.
Bye, everyone.
Okay, see you, mate. Where's my E key gone? So it's getting to that stage where I'll probably end up going as well. It's 1:17, but may just hang around a bit longer. If we had more people on, it'd probably give us more motivation, though. So yeah, we've got no one who wants to talk to us on there. It's always better when you have someone else on to bounce ideas off, see what their thoughts are. So UFO Stalker is no one we need to bookmark anyway. And again, I can't see what the damn font's saying. I think it's been going all right, the stream. I don't think it would have corrupted the sound or anything. It's too bad. It's peaked a couple of times. So UFO Stalker, we want to bookmark that one. So yeah, I can make that bigger now too, for the time being. So Renee, you're the only one watching again. We got up to 4 people before. When we're talking about UK Redison Ham UFO incident. So yeah, so whereabouts are we? America. So have we got any new ones for last week, last month? So what's it showing here? Mixture. See what have we got for a photograph. I think we've probably seen some of these. Black object floated up. So let's have a look. Up and away. I think we've seen that one. Fort Bragg. Videos. Damn, no photographs for it. What do we got? 3 seconds? You gotta be kidding me. 10 seconds? Well, let's try the 10-second one then. No, it won't let us download it. Where's the download gone? Huh? Did I see it then? Screen. It's not showing it up for some reason. Is it worth downloading it? Let's see, we'll just play it first. So, black object we're looking for. Can you see it? I can see a little dot here where the cursor is. 1 pixel at best, probably. So we probably have to download it. Here it is, here in the middle. What do you reckon? UFO? Balloon? Bird? I think it's looking like a balloon shape there, but maybe you can snapshot it by downloading it. Download. Right. I probably need to go to the toilet soon. Okay, it's finished downloading. Let's see what we got there. Google F, we don't need that now. We don't need that one. Delete. Okay. See if we snapshot an image from the video player. Oh. Sounds like Discord disconnected because no one was talking to me. So we don't really need to make it big to take a snapshot. Yeah. Need it somewhere near the end. If I'm quick enough. Doesn't quite get to the end, does it? So can we see it there? Yes, we can. Snapshot. Let's do the quick zoom. There it is. Hey, it looks like a blob. We've got a few pixels that we can work with. So let's load it into the editor. Do. Here we go. I'll just keep it there. It's around the wrong way, but it doesn't matter. I tried to ask Il what the case that we were looking at last time with the plane, but we spent probably an hour or so on it because we got the wrong direction to see how it was closed, to see if they were as good as us at debunking it. But unfortunately, he hasn't done it. He was going to get back to me. So what's that looking like? Looks like a load of crap. Looks like maybe a balloon figure, maybe. Looks like some arm coming out here. Could it be a helium panda or something like that, or a bear? I'm not sure if we're going to get it any better than that. We ain't got much pixels, have we? We'll try curves. It's not responding. That's because we've got a select tool. Sometimes it does that. Yeah. Here we go. Yeah, I don't think brightness is going to do much for us. So we can get rid of the outside bits. Camera artifacts. Does look like a head, a leg, or three balloons tied together maybe. Doesn't look like a UFO, does it? So see, that looks like an arm there, an arm there. Does look like a kind of like a bear-shaped head there. But it's just not good enough quality. I wonder if we can zoom up a bit more. Could it be a letter F balloon, maybe, upside down? It's very possible. Who's out there? Anyone want to give an opinion on it? Feel free. So, yeah, so we've got panda balloon, maybe. Looks like a nose, bear going upwards. Let's have a look. Yeah, helium. So, is there any that sort of represents it? None of those, I don't think. Head too big. Smokey the Bear, it looks more like, doesn't it? Smokey the Bear. Head going upwards. Could be a white chest, but going here. Could be a panda bear. Also, it looks like it's sitting. This is kind of strange. Yeah, it's hard to tell. Could be just a letter balloon. They're the most common because people use it to spell people's names. Happy birthday and all that. I think this has been a good test tonight, anyway. We didn't have many chatters on, but I think it's proven that Discord is workable. So yeah, probably none of those, maybe. Could be something there, but like you said, you can spend hours trying to pin the exact match. I think it's more likely to be a letter F balloon, upside down. Let's just have a look. Well, I clocked it right, but we'll find out. So it does look like one of these ones with a short F. So it's hard to say what color it would be though. It's not very reflective, is it? It's probably one of these dark ones. Probably that one there. It definitely looks more like it's going to be. So if I save that, save image. JPEG, save. And import it. Oh, it's definitely working nice at the moment. Too big, long way around. But you can see what I'm talking about now. And if you rotate it, you got bingo. Very similar. I think I've changed the shape of it though, haven't I? Accidentally. It's very similar, although that looks like it's longer. And it's also rotated this way a bit. But yeah, it could be optical illusion. That looks like something looking up. It's just how it's reflected. It could also be a letter E key where that part of the E is twisted. So it could be an E key, E letter as well. See, one looks like it's a bit longer. So that's shorter, you see. These ones are longer, so it's probably more like one of these ones. Or E key. Where the top of it's rotated. Like so. Unfortunately, we can't get one that's all angles, which would be really good. So even that one looks sort of splodgy. So if we go back to that one, that looks like it could even be that, you know, letter E rotated a bit. The top bit bent around towards our angle. Probably would have to try and zoom more frames of the video and turn it into an animated GIF to see if it's twisting or turning. But it's my guess, E or F. So we'll move on. See if there's something else. I'll probably shut down the stream soon though, but we'll keep that open. Of course, we're seeing it going upwards this direction, so this ain't the bottom of it because it's on the side, remember? So it was actually makes more sense that the heavy part of it is at the bottom and it's drifting upwards. So really, need to rotate it. What is it? 90 degrees. A whole lot. That doesn't really matter. So let's go back and look for something else. So that's the one we just looked at here. I think. I don't know. Where's it gone? Oh, it's changed again. That might have been that one. Oh no, blinking lights. So let's have a look at that one. Dun, 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 dun. So no photograph, just video. Gang. This new browser's clipped it. So you have to open up maximum just to get the download. Oh well, we probably could play the video. It's downloaded some of it already. Lincoln Lighter. It's possibly a plane. Can't see it. Oh, strange. Oh, there it is. Could be anything, doesn't it? Plane far away with the collision avoidance light blinking at the bottom. Probably have to download it, play it properly. Here we go. Save it. So here's it going. Oh, it's quite a big one. So I'll probably just stick on this one last of all and wrap up. We'll see what we can see of it. Because I need to go toilets. One watching. I'm popular, aren't I? 4 likes. So yeah, do help promote it by hitting a like. Helps me out. So here we go. 2 minutes, damn it. So who's out there? Renee. Helps you got someone to talk to. Seems to be going slower, doesn't it? Yeah, well. That's not my internet connection. I've got fiber. So it's got to be MUFON database. That's slow. So it's now my Saturday here. Let's see. Come on, it's 2 a.m. Saturday. So I have Saturday off, and my next one will be 7 p.m. Sunday, which will be Saturday, 10 p.m. California time. So if you want to join me, that's the time to do it. So yeah, Discord worked quite good. So hopefully John will get his systems sorted out. Also, I'm about to do some test runs of him tomorrow. In my time off, I've got lots of TV shows to catch up on. And I'll probably do more MUFON Sunday, like we're doing at the moment, which is just the fun stuff. I think it's finished. So play it and have a look. Which one was it? File 2, file 1. Must be that one, I think. Oh, I'm going to click the wrong one. My mouse just moved as I clicked. It's on the wrong screen too. Okay. CPU going up. So what can we see? Right. I was going to have to zoom in a bit more. He's obviously moving his camera. Who's there? No, must be on the video. Thought someone was joining Discord then. Oh yeah. I was playing to my headset. So yeah. Tricky one. That's strange there. Made a streak, didn't it? Kind of weird. So let's go back. Where is it? Okay. What are we looking at here? Certainly. Could it be a plane with a contrail? Or a kite with a, counterweights at the bottom? Let's find out. See if we can work it out. Try the quick zoom in first. It's rotated wrong. There we go. Ooh, what's that? Blinking light. Does it look like a smoke trail? Oh, could it be a Chinese lantern? Could be. That's sort of releasing a smoke trail. Looks like a smoke trail, doesn't it? And that would be why it's blinking. The candle's going out. And it's crumpling up. That's looking like a Chinese lantern. And what else can we get on it? And it's going out. And where's it gone? Disappeared, I think. So it's a Chinese lantern, guys. Maybe it's caught fire. Now let's catch that one. Certainly interesting one. Of course, we can't see the MUFON database what it was closed as, unfortunately. So it's proper way around. UFO on fire, crash into the earth. That's what Rene would say. Well, let's plug that into the proper editor. And got two very interesting images. So what did he actually say about it? Anything? What's he saying? I was sitting in my car on the beach, so it could be a kite, couldn't it? In the ocean shores, Washington, noticed a small bright light. First thought maybe it was a boat out in the ocean, but continuing to observe and quickly changed my opinion. It was fading and then brightening back up. Classic of Chinese lanterns or sky balloons, as they call it, with the candles flickering. If it had been a boat, I assume. Also, it was difficult in a boat. So yeah, we got no ground references. Is it on the sea, maybe? That's probably why it go out, crash on the sea, and then the water splashes over, puts it out. Going left and right, but diagonally up and down at the same time. Doesn't make sense, unless it's on the sea, going over and up and down with the water. Girlfriend very interested in aliens. Wake up shortly recording. Yeah, I don't know. Still looks like a Chinese lantern, but we got no reference to sea here. What if we can see something? I'll brighten it. Yeah, it's doing it. Quite strange. Looks like a dog bone there. Could be a surf kite. Just shows how crap phones are. Just don't pick up enough light on them. Yeah, well, we're brightening the whole thing. So I'm not sure where the sea is, or if it's on the sea or in the sky. Just anyone's guess. Yeah, resize it. $12.80. Yeah, it definitely looks like smoke or a towel on something. Could be a kite. Could it be a triangle kite? And that's like a LEDs on it, maybe. And that's a towel, like a dragon towel, maybe. So I'm flying a kite at the beach. Maybe it crashed in the sea. Maybe that's why it went out. That would make sense, wouldn't it? But yeah, it's just strange that lack of other background stuff in the background. And of course, if you don't take a photograph, we've got no way to verify that's not CGI video. That's why you always got to take a photograph of the area. Does look like it's got a triangle shape in it though. Triangle shape here, look. Just not enough pixels, unfortunately. Strange one. Yeah. Suppose we can't do much for that one. Still interesting though. Which one did we open up? Top one. Try the next one. Where is it? Open. Okay. That was earlier. Let's cut around it. Paste to a new image. Scale it up. Paste that one down this slide chat for people. Kite, maybe. We'll put it properly. And that's good enough. 12. There you go. Looks very similar. Does look like it's got some symmetry there, though. Looks like it's got more smoke or towel going on there. Doesn't look like a kite that's sort of coming down. Now, looking at it in this, I think it might be a kite with a towel. So we'll just have a look, do a comparison. And we've got something else over here. Particles breaking off. Is it smoke or a towel? It's hard to know. It does look like it's got smoke. It looks more like smoke here though. Still could be a Chinese lantern. Reset. Certainly reveals a lot more when you do the color switch. So, does look like something on fire. Don't know, guys. What do you think on that one? Could it be a balloon even that's got some stringers on? But it does look more like smoke to me because it gets lighter, it breaks away. Chinese lantern that's caught fire. It's made of paper. So, yeah, I don't know. Let's have a look at kites. Getting the towels. Could have like a strippy towel on it. Could be a kite still. Kite, Chinese lantern, either or. Kite, lids on that. Right. A towel, maybe. Let's see, it looks a bit like that, doesn't it? Yeah, let's see if we can get. Could it be? It does look like that, doesn't it? Towel of some kind. See, I was thinking it was more like this, but with a more thick towel coming down, or multiple towels coming down, maybe. Like that. So I've got a stringy bit. They're quite big, as you can see. Again, I want one that's sort of connected to the base. Look how big that one is. Here's one. So look at that one. So that's what I was thinking more. It's got the same sort of thing. If it's twisted, and it gets strips on the end. What's that butterfly one? It could be something like that. Like that. Octopus, maybe. Let's have a look here. The tails got twisted together. And of course, longer it is, less reflective it is. Could be an octopus one. Octopi. It's pretty close. Here's another one with a long tail. Oh, what's that one? Darth Vader. Crazy. Here's another one. Red kite, angel. There's a lot of possibilities in there. Here's one, dragon one. That's getting really close. But one stringy tail. Here's one. That could be it. Let's go back and have a look. I think the octopus one was better. Dragon one? Look how crazy that is. Butterfly. Yep. Here we go. That's getting close to it. These are wider head. Yeah, I don't know. Look at this one. Looks like a tube. Superman one. Bird one. There's another octopus one. The tail's not thick enough. But that one, these ones, stingrays. That's a possibility. So is that one. Tail's not fluffy enough though. Bird one. Shark one, was it? Oh, here's one. And that's looking closer. Ooh. That could be it. Yeah, let's just do a side by side. There's lots of possibilities, but yeah, it could. It's looking more like a kite. And what was the other image we had before? Yeah, it still looks like it could be a kite. It's got some shape to it there. Yeah, similar shape. Okay. Oh, I'll just wrap it up there. Just import something. Do a side by side. And come up to 5 hours. And I need to go to the toilet. If there was more people on, I would have a break, of course. And so we're looking like that there. Looks pretty good though, doesn't it? We need to raise some of it. Too much. So there's a little bit coming off the edge here. Too much again. It's got this right size sort of head thing happening. So scale it down maybe. It's possible. Something very similar to that. Explains why it's sort of whispery here. And then they have certain LEDs in the middle on the head. Oh well. Anyway, guys, so wrap it up there. Might use that for a thumbnail, make a thumbnail up. That one wasn't very good. Don't save. And we'll keep that one. That can go. Oh, actually, no. What happened there? Oh, that was my squiggly line. Suppose it's changed it on there now, has it? Oh no. Yeah, I'll use those images for a thumbnail. Well, thanks for joining us, and we'll do more next time. So I'm just going to switch over to my end screen credits and just wrap up. See how well it goes. Trying the new setup, you know. Do like and share, and I'll see you next time. See you Sunday, hopefully. 10 p.m. California time, Saturday.